Ooh, what a day. Oh, what a day. Hello, everyone. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Hello, Cuppy. Hello, Kato. Cuppy, congrats on your first. On your first. I need chat over here. I need chat over here. Huh. Why don't I ever put chat like pop-up chat? Hopefully I'm on the right screen. Scream. Cuppy. Cuphead. I need to stop. I know I started it and you allowed me to, but I doesn't. If you put that boundary, I will respect it. You know, I need Spotify louder. Congrats on your first. How are you, my love? Caro, don't worry. Take your time, mamacita. Take your time, mummy. Can you guys hear Spotify well? Brrr. Hello, Steve. Happy Friday, everyone. How are we feeling? I forgot to put lipstick on. Well, guys, I forgot to put lipstick on. I actually did. There's a lipstick redeem if you guys want to choose my lipstick color. Please just don't be crazy today. Thank you very much. Just don't be crazy. Cuppy, also, thank you very much for the banana redeem. Punch is a very happy boy. Punch is a very happy boy. Everything feels loud. I need to... Everything feels loud. Okay, I think it's better now. Is Spotify overpowering me? Hi, Cuppy. How are you? No, you're the pretty mamacy. You're the pretty mamacy. What are you talking about? You're almost done with hair. Are you doing Kato? Are you doing what you like? One of the options that you asked. Hopefully, I'm not too loud either. Please give me feedback on the sound and if it's okay. Oh my god, you're doing it. Okay, now I feel kind of basic because I finished work a little bit later, so I didn't really have time. The music isn't overpowering you. Thank you, Coffee. I'm glad to hear that. I need to give a shout out to a friend, an IRL friend of mine. Oh my god, she touches grass. Who would have fucking known she touches grass? Yes, I have friends in real life. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? You have makeup done. I have not. Girl, I threw this at lunchtime and prayed for the best. And you know what? No matter what, you are beautiful. So it's all good. And I can't wait to see. We have Kato joining us later today. I am so excited because we're going to see her pretty face, which I have no idea how to set that up again. I don't have any idea on how to set the camera, but I guess that will be a problem for like half an hour later. And we're going for BG3. Am I on just chatting right now? I hope so. Let me go. I need to do Myrtle. I can't do the others like I don't really do stuff like Wordle. You guys have heard of like Myrtle and Wordle, surely, right? I already know the Wordle word, so I can't really do it because that's cheating. I've made your day 10 times better. I'm gonna fucking cry. I'm gonna fucking cry. I really love to see that. And it's just I love to have you here, Coffee. Genuinely. It makes me so happy. And I'm very blessed that you've transgressed over to me as well. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're just on just chatting. I can help thank you, Mamie. Yeah, we're just on just chatting. So I need to get back on Myrtle. Have you guys ever heard of Myrtle? Right? I can't do Wordle because I already know the word. And I can't do connections because I already know the connections from like the New York Times. So I need to do Myrtle, which is going to be interesting because I always take ages to do Myrtle. That's going to be interesting. You know it because of me? Am I an influencer now? Am I an influencer? I'm in my influencer era. Can you believe this? I'm on just chatting. Mod view, pause video. I feel like such an amateur. It's been so long and I'm just so happy to be back. I really miss everything. And we are so close. We are so close. We are so close to Discord goal. Tommy, why is it Tommy? Influencer era. Oh my god, girl, welcome in, Tommy. Why is he not showing up on? Why is he getting cut off? That is something. I don't know what. Welcome in, Tammy. How are you? How are you? How was the rest of stream the other day? Did it go well? Guys, if you are not following Tam Tam, can I? Do I know how to do? Do I know how? I need mod help. Um, um, guys, I never do these. If you are not following Tam Tam, what are you doing? Excuse me. Am I doing it right? Oh my god, wait, wait, wait. Yeah. I think this is... There you go. Guys, I love Tam Tam from the bottom of my heart. She is such a lovely and funny and just adorable. I love her. I love the game she plays. Just go follow Tam Tam. She's amazing. How was the rest of your week? I'm good, thank you. It was sad. Lenny was being an ass. Is Lenny... Right, who was the character? How was Clementine though? I think Clementine is the main character, isn't she? Cause I watched, obviously I won't spoil anything, but I've watched gameplays. Lenny, the old guy. You see, girl. Yeah. Wasn't that Herschel though? Wasn't the old guy the Herschel guy? Cause I remember you didn't like Herschel. And I remember that. I remember you didn't like Herschel. Is Lenny the one with the beard? He was being an ass. Did you get far in the game? Fuck up tonight. Buck it up, buck it up. TWD. There was also a Herschel. Yeah, I remember the Herschel guy. Cause she was like, I don't like Herschel. And you know what? Lenny, the one that yeah, Lenny, the one that had a car accident. A car accident, right? A car accident. Dreamies! Oh my god, my other wifey is here. And you know what? Cuff It by Beyonce is playing. Cuff It. You gonna cuff me, Dreamies? Thank you so much for the banana collector. Mwah. Again, if you are not, I mean, you guys probably are. You guys probably are. But like, just by, like, if by any small chance you are not following my other wifey, they are the dreamiest of people. They are what the name says. They are dreamy. And they love to play Persona and just cozy games. And I love you so much, Dreamies. How are you? Also, I want to say congrats on joining, I forgot the team name. But I saw on Twitter that you joined a Twitch group. So I'm so thrilled for you. Congrats, my baby. You deserve the world. Dreamies deserves the world. Everyone here deserves the world. I just wanted to give a shout out to Dreamies. Congrats, my love. Rest your wrists. Take it easy. You know I appreciate your lurk from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for being here. And you know, you're welcome anytime. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you, my love. And I hope your wrists are not a pain. Do you know what I mean? I just hope they're not a pain. You'll do anything I want. Oh my god. I want a lot of things. Where I saw Kat saying something. Dulce, do I lipstick or not? You or me? Because if you're gonna lipstick yourself, I love neck kisses. I love neck kisses, you know? Both, yes. Yeah, go for it. I don't have a lot of lipstick choices. I haven't bought makeup in ages. Got my TENS machine on them ATM and we'll take some painkillers. That is a wise choice, my love. Excuse me. I ate pizza at lunch, so I am very full. So if I'm like, excuse me, red or pink? You're the one that's supposed to choose, not me. Maybe like a nude. You could do red. I think you could do red. Dolce, at least let me take it in every What do you like to have for dinner, Cuphead? What do you like? What whenever you go out, what do you like having? What does everyone like having when they go out at like a restaurant or something? Because then like these are, if we're going to neck kiss our each other's necks like later, you know what I mean? Like that's important to know, because you know, if we're gonna have some burgers with onions, that's not gonna work in my opinion. I am trying to get, I can do nude. I can do nude. Can you? Are we doing this already? Oh my god. Oh my god. Hopefully I'm doing this right and nothing happens. All right, that's not what I wanted. Excuse me. I hold up before I dox anyone or anything. Jesus Christ. What was this? Where's studio mode? Why is it on my second screen? Oh, sorry guys, I'm just sorting. Oh, found it. There you go. Hello. Um. So does this mean I'm taking our you cat and dreamers consensually? Well, if my wife's consent to it, I would never say no to a fort pull. Fort pull. Force. I don't mind, but I just gotta know. I mean, it is a lot of social energy that you would have to dispense to expense. You know what I mean? Like, abso-fucking-lutely. I like. Oh shit! I just knocked my PC. Fucking hell. I like a good fancy pasta. Doesn't end up cute when I. You just smush it. You just smush it. You know what? I love myself some good pasta, but it's not anything with carbs at night. Doesn't like, it can't really end up in like a smooching kind of session because I will be bloated. I have a very sensitive tummy. Like, I ate pizza and some chips at lunch and I'm still full. Like, I don't think this is not healthy, but it's just because I'm ow, oh my gosh, she's so skinny. I just can't eat a lot personally anymore. So this is like, have your dinner please. I don't think I will today because I am so full. Yeah. Wipes pass off my oh, but like cutely. Okay, wait. This is just a tissue from my makeup today. Like this, like this. Yeah, like this. This is exactly how I do it in public, and then at home I'm Portuguese, so we eat savagely. I'm a vegetarian now, so I, for example, don't eat chicken anymore, right? But let me just disable cat's cam for now. Hold up. There you go. But back when I ate chicken, we would like literally we would. If you're here in the UK, obviously, like a lot of you are. I don't know if it varies, but from what I've seen with my friends and all of that, they don't. They barely eat anything with their hands, burgers included. Um, oh, my contact lenses are doing my head in. So I personally, it's very rare for me to see here in the UK anyone eating with their hands. But in Portugal, if you eat chicken or burgers with cutlery, we will side eye you unless you're very rich and you're just in a really fancy restaurant. Like, you know what I mean? But that was a cultural shock for me. That was a cultural shock. Like, no one barely eating with their hands. Yeah, just even in private. Same here. I'm a hand eater. Slay. I feel feral sometimes when I go out with my. You are. Oh my god, my contacts. Sorry, Tom. Bear with me. I can't. I'm having a really hard time adapting to these contact lenses, and I'm paying 20 quid a month for them. And I have like a full new box to go through. I feel feral sometimes when I go out with my friends. You are one of me. Tam, as I was saying, you are. We. It's inevitable. At one point, like. At one point, if you're up to it, obviously only if you're up to it, I like, you know what I mean? For there, you're for there. Because I eat with my hands too if I can, especially burgers. Oh my god, my contacts. So if I see knives and forks for burgers and chicken, now that's eggs. Just swallow it, man. Just like. Hi, Frankie. Just stopping by this. Hi, Spyro. I miss you, honey. Hope you're having a wonderful day. My contacts are definitely not killing me right now. Definitely, I miss you and I hope you are well. Be safe, my love. Thank you so much for dropping by. I am crying because of my contacts, not because anyone, not because you popped here. Although, you know, you make me cry for very good reasons, Spyro. Um, only good reasons, I promise. Straight to jail. um, just, just shove the burger in. You know what I mean? Like, we all shove things up like into our inside. Like, I don't know what you're talking about, but what's a burger? Why wouldn't a burger be shoved in? I'm just going to play Myrtle. Yeah, let's just do Myrtle, guys. Can you guys read that? Okay, if you don't know Myrtle, it's kill me. Hi, have I met you before though? Have I met you? Welcome in. I am so happy that you're here. Oh my god, it is your first time here. I'm so excited. Are you wrapped up in a cozy blanket? Have you got your tea? Actually, I have my tea. Frankie Ayo, copy, yeah. This is the shit. Like I say shit, think after. And then I regret it, and then I regret the shit I say, and then I get canceled on the internet. I've never gotten canceled on the internet, but it's only inevitable at this point. Oh my god. This is why me becomes famous, me gets canceled, and then me can retire. It's just inevitable. It's in my astrology chart that I will eventually get canceled. You know what I mean? Okay, if you guys have never heard of Myrtle, it's a murder case and you've got clues and then you kind of have to like, no, hold up. Yeah, I fucked up. You've got the book, as I showed you guys. I got this on my holidays when I went to Portugal during the summer. So like this entire thing has a plot and it's a continuous plot. So it's very interesting. I haven't done Myrtle on the website, but yeah, I recommend it. They're really fun for holidays. If you're going to the beach, let's go get away. You just get your Myrtle, or it's like your Sudoku, you know, your Sudoku. And then you just do your Myrtle. I even got a really cute pen back then. It had like a bunny lid. Is it a lid? I don't know. Whatever you cover the part of the pen with. And then if you write it, look, I'm writing on it. You see? I'm writing on it, and then it has its own rubber, and I'm just like, it's not a very good rubber, to be honest. You see, it's gone, barely gone, but it's gone, and it's just pink. And I love doing this when I'm on holidays. Have I done a lot of it? No. I love you, Tam. I love you. I don't know why you would stick around because I only say shit, but I love that you stick around. You know what I mean? Yeah, just stick around with the Myrtle and I'll just say shit through it. Also, it's going to take me ages to finish this, I swear. In my private server, we used to post our Myrtle results because you can share them with your friends as well. And Maisie and Dee would get the stuff so right and so quickly in like 7 minutes, and I'd get it wrong in 20 minutes. It's crazy. But I need to do mine for today. Today, the case, Detective Logical in the case of the feather. Was it too much to ask for one vacation to pass without a murder? This time, a famous bear was killed in a nature resort. So we've got the people, we've got the suspects. Then we can choose the weapons, the locations. Today is an easy one. This gets harder with. There are some more difficult ones. I'll show you. So this is our simple ones, right? And then you get like really complex ones like this, like with loads of holes in it. Holes. Every hole is a hole. I sent you my browser source for the cam. Do you want to do Myrtle with me, Kato? Do you want to do... Ah! That is not for you guys to see. That is private. That is also private. My god. All right, hold up. Before I jinx anything, my god. All right, cat. I just doxed you. You gotta. Cat, can I put you on? Because I literally just put you on the screen and I didn't realize it. Please say yes whenever you're ready, mama. All right, okay. Hold up. Hi guys. It's just me for now. You can. Okay, cool. Yeah. I'm going to join stream as well, but Discord, by the way. Are you ready? Sorry, guys, just setting up stuff.
Hello.
Hi, baby.
Hi.
Hold up. Speak again.
Hello.
Chat, can you guys hear Kato?
I can hear myself, but I'm so low.
Okay. Speak again,
Like-
maybe?
Just a little bit louder. Let me see.
I've lowered the music.
I think it's good.
Why is it... Hold up. This is what I want to do. I'm being silly. Can I put you on?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Just
already
flip.
cropped. I had your settings saved from last time.
Oh, okay.
Would you look at
Fine.
that?
You just need to flip me, I think.
I think I know the problem.
What do you
Speak
mean?
again?
Hello?
How's
I can't hear
Kato,
myself.
Chad? Is she okay? In terms of...
That's me.
It's you.
I'm looking the opposite way of where you are, though.
What do you mean? That's okay.
Okay.
If you're okay with that.
You can flip me again if you want.
I can flip you.
And you can make my camera a little bit smaller so it's the size of yours.
No, I don't mind about that. I thought of that and I was just like, do you know what? I might as well just showcase my wife to everyone. Let me just flip you over.
Really wait here.
What the fuck
It's
do I do
horizontal
there?
flipping, babes. Horizontal.
That's crazy business. That is crazy business. Let me lower Spotify for me.
Also, I could be wrong. Yeah, my camera is bigger than it's smaller than the frame a little bit.
Girl. All right.
I'm sorry, I'm a perfectionist. I'm so sorry.
All right. I can't it's the thing that I can't see anything. Wrong.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
No, I fucked up. Hold up.
It's okay.
That should be fixed.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go. All right, have you ever done Myrtle in your life?
No.
Well, I'm about to change you. So, you've got the suspects, and you've got, like, characteristics for each suspect, right? And then you will have also weapons. And you
Well,
also
that's
have,
me.
like...
Go back. The pink one is me.
Grandmaster Rose.
Yeah, click on it.
Yeah, brown hair.
Left-handed, brown eyes, brown hair, and a Scorpio.
And a Scorpio. Fuck me. Why are you murdering people?
Listen, I'm not 5'7".
How tall are you?
5'5".
Same thing. Same thing. Then you've got the locations, which kind of like also have clues. These are the clues. So each suspect brought one weapon to one location, but only one was a murderer today. Logico, that's the detective, knew that by careful study of the facts, he could uncover the truth. Okay. Forensics determined a weapon made at least partially out of clay was present by the old pine. So, by the old pine. So, this is the old pine. So, we know that's something made out of clay. Made of wood. Made of wood. Huh? The rope made at least partially out of clay was present by the old pine. Oh shit! Okay, made of clay.
A brick?
So a brick was by the pine. I think. At least partially out of clay. I don't like that tip. I don't like that tip. Traces of a weapon made of wood were found at the entrance gate. We've got like things. One. We've got two things made out of wood. I'll skip this one. A feather was discovered under a canvas flap. Let's kill this love. A feather. A politically conservative MP in the House of Lords. Oh my god! And he's a Virgo. We've got Tories up. Tories being murderers. Actually, like I can't even joke about that. I can't even joke about Tories being murderers because I will go to prison for that. Have you done Wordle today? Not murder, Wordle. Or
No,
you
I
don't
don't
do
do
it?
those things. I
I
used
don't.
to. Then I got bored of it.
She wants you to think that's what she wants you to think. Only her pet poodle knows. A feather. One of her habits is cashmere and the other is pending. What? A feather was discovered under a canvas flap. Help.
Canvas flap. What's a canvas flap?
Oh, you need to read. It's because we need to read the. I need to read the fucking clues. A canvas tent that costs. Okay. So. Where's a tent? Wait. How does a tent look like? A high-end tent. A feather was discovered under a canvas flap. So whatever is made of canvas was at a high-end tent. But what the fuck is made of feather? I'm being
The
stupid.
bow and arrow? Like the end of the arrow?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you. So the bow was found.
Beautiful feathers on the arrows. That's what it says.
Sorry?
The card about the bow and arrow talks about
Yeah.
beautiful feathers.
Yeah. So, because the bow was made of wood, so that means the pencil was at the entrance gate. What does the entrance gate look like? Two pretty mummies on screen. Look at that. Kato, look at that. We were asked out, by the way.
We were?
Cuppy, didn't you ask us out in Dreamies? Not me out in Cuppy.
When?
On chat. Just now. Not just now, like 5 minutes ago. The pencil. Where's the pencil?
Let me scroll up.
Let me scroll up. The suspect with
I'm
a
taking
brick
out you, Cat, and Dreamers consensually. Taking us out for what?
for dinner.
Oh. Listen, taking someone out has a lot of different definitions.
With your permission, because I know there's a hate for men. I've always said, I know I am a lesbian, but now, fucking hell. That was a that only took 26 years of my life. No biggie. I know I'm a lesbian now, but for the record, if there's a woman in the middle, I don't mind. Personally.
And no.
And if there is a woman in the middle, I don't mind. And this is very sexist and patriarchal. Something's gotta give sometimes. This is why I should not be here. I would get so canceled on Twitter for saying this. Oh my god. It's like you can't have a sense of humor these days. Oh my god, that's so good. Cat, I need to tell you something.
Tell me.
I hope you are proud of me. You know I don't particularly like Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
So every Friday at work we have like a team quiz, and it's just my manager that finds like a weekly quiz on the internet, and he just reads it out to us, and we have to guess. Right? Okay, whatever. It's just a quiz. And the last section, the last category was Pokemon. I got 5 out of 5. How proud are you of me? I got everything right. I knew who Squirtle was. Someone even made a squirting joke. Everything. It's okay. It's okay. No HR needed here, please. No HR needed here, please.
I am the HR.
I got Onyx right. Ask Robin. Do you know what I mean? Oh
hey.
shit. Yeah. Slime. See, Cappy didn't mean for dinner. He's not gonna send y'all to the upper room. And why not? What does the upper room mean? Yeah, why not? We can have fun together.
No, actually, I want the downer room. I'm not going to heaven. I'm going to hell.
Down by the river. Oh my god. The suspect with the brick also had blonde hair. Who else had blonde hair? Probably the one in yellow. Blonde hair.
Yeah, blonde
brown hair, silver hair, gray hair, brown hair, blonde hair. So it was Mrs. Saffron. So the suspect with Saffron had the brick. So she was at the pine. So it wasn't her as well.
There we go.
This fingerprint. Oh, this fingerprint. What? Oh, this finger. Oh, I hate this one. Oh, this fingerprint. It's just a game inside your head. Oh my god, everything.
Sister Lapis.
Sister Lapis. So Sister Lapis was found in a high-end tent. How does she look like? Oh,
it's the blue one.
So she had the bow.
This is like playing Cluedo.
Pretty much. The suspect at the hot spring was born on September 18th. Leo. That's not. Virgo. Okay, so that could be Lord Lavender. Libra, no. That's Lavender. That's Lord Lavender. So he, being a Virgo, he was at the hot springs? How do the hot springs look like?
It's... I'm gonna assume it's the steaming.
I know that we are young, and I know that you may love me. Gardening shears were the weapon used for the murder. Analysts discovered traces of a weapon made of a live animal on the clothing of Grandmaster Rose. Traces of a weapon made of live animal. Venomous spider?
Yeah, I mean, it is a...
And she won't
made of a living animal, it says there.
The upper room is heaven. I'm not... Don't call my name, don't call my name. Oh, cup your head. Lord. Do you know what? It's okay. If it's just a
I can't hear Spotify on your end, by the way.
Sorry? They can. Just probably really low.
Oh, it's really low, that's why. Okay. Gotcha.
I've upped it now. Hopefully it's not too overpowering. Analyst
Let
is
me check.
okay. That one's done. So she had. This is hard.
You can lower it the tiniest bit.
Stop, please. Just lets me go. Oh, so much work, and I'm just not very. I'm. This is what I say, guys. I'm blonde, not bright. You know what I mean? Like
You're a fake blonde. Just like my
what?
fake red hair.
Sorry. What did you say? Say it with your whole chest. I didn't hear you. I actually didn't hear you.
I said you're a fake blonde, just like I'm a fake
Look,
red hair.
look. If my wallet pays for it, yeah? If my wallet pays for it, then I am such thing. Okay? If my wallet is paying for my blonde, then I am a blonde. No man pays for my
I'm
wallet
still
for my blonde. I do.
I'm
I do.
I'm deciding if I go back to the purple, if I continue purple, or if I go back to the red/orange.
I think the purple would look sick with your beautiful wolf cut, which I love. For the record, I love your cut. Who said it looks bad? No one answered my
I
question the other day.
It was Juarez. Juarez is just
He
like
was
the
joking,
hater
right?
of the hater. Yeah.
Okay, bet. Warris, I will fight you. I will fight you, Warris.
Listen, Juarez is known for being everyone's favorite hater.
Oh, that's what he does? Slay.
Yeah.
Slay. I'm a hater too. This is why me and him get along. I should have known. I'll still fight him. No biggie. So the bow here, that's here. So these were the scissors, right? Fucking lesbians. Get out of here, man. I don't want to do this anymore. I bet you guys have already done it. I just know people in chat have done it, and I'm here still. I'm just so fucking dumb.
Where are we missing?
Well, I'm missing a brain, that's for sure. So either one. So it's not these. I'm probably just being stupid. Don't wanna touch, just smoke my cigarette, hush. What am I missing? Alejandro. So he was at the hot springs, right? Okay. Lavender was at the hot springs. I don't know
We
where
don't
weapon.
know. We don't know where the silver lady was, like the
Shit, yeah.
crown icon thingy.
I guess that's something I should have found out by now. A pair of gardening shears was used to commit the murder. Okay. Great. So,
We
we
can.
know it wasn't the
What's
yellow girl,
yeah?
because she had a brick. We know it wasn't the lapis girl, because she had the bow.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we know it wasn't Grandmaster Rose, because she had the
Because
spider.
yeah. So
So,
we need to
it's.
figure out who had the scissors and who had the pen.
But I need to find some. Like, I need to find where, surely.
You can try like the who and ask for the silver one.
Say what I planned for. What am I missing?
Who and where?
No, as in on the cross board.
Pink person's location.
Oh yeah, shit. I don't even know where the spider was. Yeah.
Hmm.
The gate. Okay, the pencil was okay. Who had the pencil? I don't know who fucking had the pencil. I don't know who fucking had a pencil. Do I?
No, we don't know that. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, the suspect at the hot springs. No, I am stupid. I am stupid. I. No, that's not it. Okay. Oh.
So you know
No,
the yeah, because we know that the pen is at the other thingy, so it can't be the purple one that has the pen. So the pen is the gray lady one, and the shears is the lavender person.
is it?
Yeah,
I'm trusting you. I'm trusting you. What's his name?
I think.
Lord Lavender.
Yeah,
But where was he?
hot springs.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It was Lord Lavender with a pair of gardening shears at the hot spring spa. Yeah! Cat, you did this. I did absolutely fucking nothing, bitch. Get your shit together, Frankie. Where's Myrtle? There you go. It took me 31 minutes to do this shit. No comments. No comments. Right. Okay, let me. Are we ready for some BG3? Are you ready, baby?
Yeah.
Sit up and down my body, love to hate me, praise me,
I'm gonna
shame.
close browser. So I had the
I'm gonna
browser open.
change. We're going to jump into BG3. Oh, I missed this game.
Let me just close like half of the things I have open that I do not need right now.
This is a mature game. No shit, Twitch. I need
No
to
shit,
sneeze.
Sherlock.
I need to
Bless you.
sneeze. I haven't sneezed.
Pineapple.
Guess who? Pineapple. Pineapple. What does that mean? Oh,
It'll stop you
someone's playing
from
BG3.
sneezing.
Oh my god, where is it?
I need to deactivate the mods before I forget. I just put
Spit me out
Discord
like
on
how
this
wasabi.
one.
You lick me up, I'm sweet and salty. I
Mm.
missed Be Real.
I think I deleted the app. Yeah, I did.
Oh no, Cuppy, you are so fine. Honey, don't worry. We're good. You were
What
good.
happened?
It was fucking hilarious. I mean it. Where is it? Why is I'm scared Baldur's Gate is not gonna open.
Alright, do you have mods? No, you don't.
No. What's Vulcan? Ah.
It's a different uh like starter thing. Don't know how to properly explain it. Let me and disable all my mods real quick.
Down by the river. You are so fine, my love. You are so
Okay,
fine.
all of my things have been disabled.
You know one thing that is annoying me? I have purple eyeshadow, like a lavender eyeshadow. You see that? And it barely comes up. Now you guys having a close up of my pores. Help me, Lord. I miss my headphones. Um you know that like you know how I can't be without these headphones now? Every
Mm-hmm.
time I wear these now, like the quality is just like I just don't like it. I just don't like it. It's just such a difference. I think I'm gonna put my headphones in. Hold up. Hold up. I'm gonna swap headphones. It's gonna ruin the look. Also, oh my god, no, before I do that, Kat,
Yeah.
have you noticed my earrings?
Yeah, I did. They're really cute.
Not these. you know what they say, chat. Um, this is what I wanted to say at the beginning of stream. I'm just quickly going to pop on just camera. A friend of mine, IRL friend of mine. Oh my god, she made these earrings that say slay. Like, look, it says slay. Can you see that? It's so cute. Also, I can't hear a cat for some reason.
I'm not
Hello.
talking.
Hello.
Did you change your
Hello. I can't hear
hello?
anything. Send some help. Cato, speak, please.
Hello?
Oh, I can hear. I can hear it. I can hear it. I
Change your
know, right?
outfits.
I know, Tammy. I just the fact that she put the level of care and time. My friend Jess put the level of care and time into making these for me. I came home and I cried a little bit. They're so cute. I'm so in love. I can't wait to wear them to work. Literally. Hunky milkers. You guys can't see it, but hold up, where's my cam? I just tapped out of the game.
I think we
Cat.
could make our cameras a little bit smaller for the game, if I'm being honest.
Does chat want that? I think I want to see my wife.
My camera feels like it's taking like a quarter of the freaking screen.
Alright, what's the problem with that?
It's your stream, you do you.
That's right. I'll make the rules. I say if I want you to look like this, I mean you'd have to agree with that. But if I want you to look like this and cover half of the screen, that's my rules. Look at my screen, baby. Look at my screen.
I am. Oh my.
Yeah, chat. It's gonna be like this for the rest of the stream, and then like
No!
this. Look, it's gonna be like this for the rest of the stream. Look. It's fixed.
Thank you, Tamar. Appreciate it.
Your hair is beautiful. You look so good. You just that like it just fits into place. So it like fits, suits your aesthetic so well.
Thanks. I was a bit worried about cutting it. Because we all know how long my fucking hair was.
Yeah, that was a chop. That was a chop. Chat, it was a chop.
For context, I don't know if chat cares, but
They do, because I want them to care. Sorry, chat.
my hair was this long.
And her hair was too
And I
long.
chopped it. Like this.
Well, I think it looks beautiful.
I did a scary chop.
A scary chop.
Yeah.
I forgot about my tea. Hop. I forgot about my tea. I've got me biscuits. I got me biscuit. Oh my god. My
Can
tongue
you
is
send me the invite once you're in the game so I can join?
How do I do that?
You said it was very scary cutting when it's that long. Yeah, I haven't had short hair since 2016.
I have now. I think.
Play game. I forgot your name was that name on Steam.
What name? Oh.
Controversial.
You can tell, chat.
About the story or about your name?
Both, I guess. I don't remember the story.
The story, I remember it was when we were playing Valorant, I think. And we were talking about being cunty, and it could be controversial at the same time, and then controversial became a thing.
It's just such a cunty name. Cunty Virgil. Oh my god. It's just so creative. Hunky Milkers and Astarian. You need that mug? I will have to say it was my baby girl Diana who gave it to me for my birthday last year, and it's one of my favorite mugs of all time. I may be a lesbian now, guys, but like being a Pedrito Pascal stan is a state of mind. You know what I'm saying? I could recite that interview like the Anthony Bridgerton monologue. Do you know what I mean? Oh my god, we are still here. He is a daddy. I will give it to him. He is a daddy.
We need
Oh,
to speak to Olga.
Do we?
Yeah, because
That's a lot of quests to complete.
I don't think... Did we get her shit? Did we steal from her chest yet?
The one that was hidden
Behind the thing, yeah.
Yeah, I think we did. I remember. I have the visual memory of doing that. I do not
But we
remember
don't
how
have
to
the
play
quest.
this game. We don't? Not see.
Oh, there we go. I got the quest. I read it from your inventory.
So you're out here stealing stuff? Oh, that's how you turn. Oh. Don't mind me, I'm just looking at my wife's butt. Anyways. Can I romance you? I can't, right?
No, you can't.
Oh, for fuck's sake. What about in real life?
I mean, you already did.
See, Chad? That's me. That's me and my wrist. That's me. Who knew becoming a lesbian would be this great? If you would have told me before, I would have done it earlier. I need to stop making these. This is literally... I feel like when I was 13 and I came out to my mother and she said it was just a phase, but I felt so liberated. I felt so liberated. I just feel like I'm making it my personality. And you know what? Slay. What do we need to do? Please help. Please send help. Okay, okay. This is all fun stuff. So... there's a lot to do. Think dirty thoughts. Okay, the urge. Be yourself. Think dirty. What are you doing?
No, nothing.
Clearly more than I am. What? Where are you? Oh.
Thank you.
Are you romancing Shadowheart?
A delicate matter.
I know what you're doing. I know what you.
Must I? Thinking about it won't help. We know what to do, so let's do it.
Oh, I almost had to kiss her, but I fucking made the wrong choice and I didn't.
I think finding this house in is our best bet.
What are you eating?
Too hopeful that a gift fresh will
A
actually
coca.
prove our salvation, but worth keeping.
I hear the rustling of the fucking plastic in my ear.
Not an unpleasant one.
It's ASMR time, Chad.
Besides, you saved my life aboard the Nautiloid. How can I do anything but sing your praises?
She's so hot.
You can sleep with me. I mean, what?
Fucking hell, these lesbians out here just doing it in public. My god.
So,
what is he yapping about?
Do we wanna go to the swamp? and do
Already?
Koga's quest? I mean, we
Should we-
got the thing.
That
Let me
is
speak
true.
with her. I don't like her. I want to kill her. Ew!
A deep elf in our grove on this day.
I didn't kill her on my first playthrough. I kind of regret that.
A gift. Who better to understand a watchful broodmother than a beloved child of loss?
Should I give her a hope? No, I'm not gonna do that.
I don't remember
gonna be-
what's her quest. What are we doing?
She is wanting to close the grove. She's working with shadow druids. We need to stop that.
I have 190 hours on this game, by the way.
And she was threatening,
What's the option to have her killed?
She made her choice. I thought one like you might understand.
one like you. I love playing a drow and being a victim of racism. It's
Fucking hell.
beautiful, even in fiction.
Even in fiction.
And the right is resumed. We will seal the grove, free from harm. Free.
There's an ad about to start. I'm so sorry.
If my camera gets too choppy, let me know and I lower the quality to balanced instead of high quality.
Okay.
The right of thorns. It is the tree
I
of
know
life,
that
but none come
this is a
from.
spoiler. If you, it's not really a spoiler. It's just if you want to play as a druid. I was doing a Dark Urge playthrough as a druid, and if you don't kill Koga and you like make her join you, she gives you a weapon, a really good weapon,
This can happen.
because you're a druid and you saved her from her mind.
Sylvanas demands that we choke them.
Yes, yeah.
It's a very good early game weapon.
And mine perish if he stays.
I've got magic and wishes and dead bodies. We don't need a weapon.
The metal of escape.
What if we steal it from her?
Oh yeah, you're playing Dark Urge as well.
Uh-huh.
I forgot about that.
Out of the grove.
What are you
Are we
thinking?
gonna do evil?
Will reward you.
Uh-huh.
They're to be gone before
We're
finding
doing
us.
evil.
Depends. Maybe after Act 1.
Must strike.
I really don't like...
Doing...
Yeah. I know who you want. I'm not killing I'm not having Halcyon out of my party. I know there's a way. We can do that way.
There's a way you can get her and him at the same time. I want to fuck the mommy drow.
How do I clip real
There's
quick?
a way. There's a way you can get both.
The silence was too long. Okay, as long as you know the way.
Yeah, you just have to knock her unconscious. And then abandon her.
Guys, I swear this is just a video game. We're not talking about real life stuff. I promise. Please do not cancel me on Twitter. Ari, baby, welcome.
You get it, Ari. Thank you. Thank you, Ari. I love you so much.
Excuse me. If you send another message, Ari, it's 3 cuties on chat. Just saying. No, because you pop up on chat, so it's 3. Yeah, it's 3 cuties on chat. I need to stop clicking out. How are you, my love? How was your week?
When
Happy
do
Friday.
you
You're
have
happy.
the ads playing, by the way?
Oh yeah, shit. I don't think she's on ads though. Are you on ads? Are people on ad
No,
jail?
I'm asking because of like Seribot. If you have Seribot, he usually tells people when ads are about to play. Or
Hello,
ads are playing.
Velda. Happy Peak Cat. Happy Friday. So what are we doing? I don't remember how to play this game. All right, okay. I get a message. Jesus fucking Christ.
I say we get out of the grove.
Where
and
are
we
you?
go to the swamp. I'm like near the stairs. We go into the swamp. We get the Koga. We kill Koga.
Yeah.
Seems simple enough.
And from there, we save the grove.
Period
if
has
we
been kicking
go
my ass, but
to-
otherwise I am okay. Oh, baby, I'm so sorry to hear about that. Take some, if you take painkillers, take some painkillers. Take it easy. Get some hot stuff and get a teach, you know what I mean? Someone mentioned a mummy drow, cat.
Huh?
Cat.
I did.
Cat.
It's
Were you
Mandara.
perhaps-
What do you want me to say?
She's not that special.
She has
Saving
so
what?
much-
No, no. What is he saving? I'm scared. How are you? I'm okay. I'm so happy that it's Friday. I've got... Oh? Someone's
We
singing.
have the kid
Oh,
to save from the harpies.
shit. I've never done this quest.
Well,
never
we're
been
about to
here.
do it. Also, wait here. I have loot to get.
All right. Okay. I'll catch up with chat. Okay. I'm so happy that it's Friday. Period pain has also been killing me, which is like a really weird one because I've just Come on.
There we go.
Guys, if you are weird about period talk, I'm so sorry. This is not the space for
It's the
you.
21st century. Get
It's
over
yeah,
it.
and it's a biological. It's just nature in it, guys. I don't intend on having kids, but I also don't intend on having my uterus removed. So you're going to have to deal with it for as long as I stream. Sharty's scared of wolves. Shart? Who's Shart?
Shadowheart.
Oh! She is I don't even know that. Is she scared of wolves?
Yeah. She's scared of wolf and doesn't know how to swim.
I remember the
And her
swimming bit.
favorite flower are not kids.
She is a fucking weirdo, mate. Kat, have you noticed that I've got a cowboy hat?
Yeah. Are you trying to tell me something?
Beyonce? Beyonce? Light up these juke joints! I've never done this quest.
You haven't?
Listen.
No.
Don't you hear it? It's so peaceful.
Haven't even been here. Can you guys hear the game well, by the way?
Oh, it's just a bit of water.
What?
I only want to listen. Just a little.
I like his eyes.
closer.
Gosh, my character.
What's that? Oh,
It's
smash.
a harpy.
Does she smash?
Everything's gonna be fine. Once
She'll eat you though.
Is that a
Literally.
promise? Is that a promise? What have you lured me into, woman?
My favorite thing to do, fighting.
How many are there? Jesus fucking Christ.
4.
Why is the Starion? With finesse. Can I still hide?
No, you were in battle already. Oh, hiding was successful. Slay.
I think I'm going to stay here. Should I stay here? I do still have a few actions. I can hit her with a bow.
Do it.
I've got 88% advantage, but then my hiding is going to
It's fine.
slay. Sexy, I mean what? Say it with your whole chest, Ari. You've been doing all that. That's really good. Just take it easy. Have you got any plans? Like any chill? No! That was not very chill of me. We got any chill plans for the weekend?
Mindful, very demure of you.
Have I ever said that I'm the mindful or demure? I have, actually. With some wet ass pussy, bring a bucket up for this wet ass pussy. Make it wop. What do I do? What do I do?
You do nothing. You sit there and look pretty.
That is what sitting there looking pretty is. Look at me. Guys, I'm actually really bulking on my arms. You should be really proud of me, to be honest. Have I?
Astarion has up there. Okay.
I'm gonna jump.
Where can I?
Lamo, not the jumping. Like, you're hanging out with your dad. That's really good. Have you guys got like obviously without, if you're going out, just be obviously careful. Obviously, you guys got any exciting plans, or are you just going to stay at home, which is also exciting? I love a little like I really look up to like
Oh shit.
home dates with like friends and family. They're really cute. I wish my family did more of that whenever I was at home. Why have you got a spiritual weapon? That is a really big weapon that you've got going on there. Why is the little kid just...
Because he's Lord. He's
What if
being
I sing a
lured
song by
the
the Little Mermaid? Will he be lured back to us? That's what I want to know.
No. He
For
has
fuck's
to
sake. Then what's the point?
pass a saving throw.
419, okay.
What's Lamb?
All right.
Damn.
Leave my husband alone, you little bitch! Skunk! Leave him alone! No one touches my husband. He's for the girlies. Yeah, you get fucked, bit. Oh, wait, actually. Can I hit her? Oh, she's too far. No!
Damn.
Did I miss it? Oh, I got to Astarion. Oh, I don't have it. Where's Robin? I gave Robin. I lent Robin my Astarion lunchy thing. It's on my. What did you do, woman? Oh, sacred fucking flame. And yeah.
I don't have spell slots on Shadowheart.
Why would you set fire? What? Okay, Valdar, honey, can you please explain to me what is up with everyone other than me and Kat over here hating Astarion? And obviously, Arena, very sexy, sassy vampire. Did you just save my life?
Maybe.
He wanted to bite you. And what about it?
There's a harpy that's not loading for me, and it's fucking hilarious. It's just a red circle.
What do you mean? Where is she?
Behind me, there's one.
Oh yeah,
in
do
the
you want me to
middle
take
the
care of
box.
her?
I mean, it's your turn.
All right, okay. Yes. Sly. I don't have enough movement.
A better position. We'll do it my way.
No, that's not. I don't know how to play this game anymore. Oh, 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 oh. Do you know what? I vouch for. Do you know what? Good on her. Good on her. Slay. We should all approve that message. I do not remember how to play this game. This is hilarious.
Another step forward.
This is hilarious. There you go, baby. I saved your life.
There's one behind her.
No, there won't be as long as I can, stop it. Leave my wife alone. What is she doing?
Luring song. I hate the spiritual weapons movement.
The kid is no longer lured, right? Oh yeah, he's saved.
No, he's not. He's disengaging.
Don't go there! 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 Don't go there, my guy.
On the hunt. Let's have a little fun.
Little skunk.
Well, it's all that matters.
Why are we missing?
What path lies before me?
A path lies before me. You have a pattern, Ari? Me too, baby. Do you know what? Me too. I don't fucking blame you. It's the curly hair. Like, look at her. Right here. Cat is just not even... She didn't even get it. I'm saying that I have a thing for curly hair.
That's me.
That's okay. You'll get it next time, baby. Run, little boy. How do we get the... You know the girl that's... Oh, for fuck's sake! What's her name? The girl that is, what's her name? That you can save her and then you get like a special song made up. She writes a song after you. What's the
Oh,
bard?
Alfira?
Yeah. I didn't.
I know where she is.
I missed her quest, and I really wanted to do her quest.
I can do it as a bard. She gives me better stuff as a bard.
Sly, can we loot the bodies? This is my favorite part.
Yes, we can.
Are they gone?
We need to rest. I have no spell slots on.
We need to res? Who do we need to res?
Resta.
Oh. Go
'Cause
back
I
to your
have no,
parents. What do we do?
Oh, let me look. The first one.
No. Yes. I mean, I don't know.
First one.
That's what the voice said. I almost got to the nest, but the singing. I need to get back. Mol will be so mad.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just noticed that the subtitles.
Mol. She'll be grateful you helped me. Find
How do I do this?
Tell him you want to
What
see
about the
dragon's
subtitles?
lair.
My thingy is hiding it. It's a little bit annoying.
Oh.
Let me just disable the game background for a bit. For this. Where's BG3? Where the fuck is BG3? Hold up. I'm just... Alright, okay. Slay. I'm just disabling for...
With haste.
Where are we going now?
Well, you want to go meet Alfira, right?
I want to loot bodies.
Then loot bodies.
They're empty.
The other one I already got. The one on the rock.
Alright. I can't pick up. He's too heavy. But I'm hulky. I'm hunky milkers. What do you mean?
When you want to loot bodies, but you can't actually pick up the bodies.
I want dead bodies. In my inventory, please. Is that too much you ask? I wanted these bodies. They had feathers in them. Where are you, baby?
Just looting a skull in there. I'm going up now.
And I still can't pick it up. This is wild. Why are you making weird noises? Oh, I love you. Where are you?
Up.
If it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's up. Hey, baby. Let's
I
go
need to
on a
turn the
big
lights on. Let me
adventure.
turn my little background lighting on.
Let's go on a big adventure. Cried. Gone to her funeral, perhaps? Butterflies! Oh, I missed this game. Chat, I missed this game so much. Like, so much. You just reminded me. Shit.
Of what?
Look! On my background.
It's your
I'm
salt
also-
lamp?
I'm also sparkly. I'm so sparkly.
Hey.
Also, you didn't redeem a lipstick for me. It's okay. To be honest, I don't feel like wearing lipstick today. I'm not gonna lie.
Alfira.
You what?
Alfira.
Dance upon the stars tonight. Smile and pain will fade away. Words of mine will change. No. Become.
Jingle bell ball. Are you ready? Wait, I had to.
For the last lifetime.
That was rough. I'm being so mean.
All the love I
Is she grieving?
can't
Yeah,
For what?
her master, her teacher.
Who's her master?
Farewell, my dear old friend. Wait, that's it.
Say hi, Chad. She's so pretty.
She is.
Those nails aren't giving though.
It's a tiefling thing. I look so proud. Aww. I love playing as a bard. No,
Don't-
Steve.
No.
Bad Steve. You do that, I'll divorce you. Can't
Why is
hear
the
the
music so low? Yeah, I was just.
Maybe
Hold
the
up.
game is low.
Sorry, guys. If that gets too much, let me know. It's really difficult. Yeah, OBS has been really fucking up like the balance of the.
Yeah, it has been. The last few updates have been shit.
Can you guys hear that better? Who's her hairstylist? Oh, Shadowheart is smiling and you guys can't see it because my fucking face is on top of her. Hello? 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 I did it in an evil
So
multiplayer.
pretty!
Simp. I did an evil multiplayer playthrough with some friends. It is the most evil thing you can do. Murdering everyone doesn't even come close to destroying her hopes and dreams.
I disapprove of such actions.
Don't you have like a plague spreader video game that you can play that will get those urges fixed? Sorry, Steve.
Victoria?
Please don't hate me. It's funny.
Funny.
I'll
No.
be evil on Act 2. We will be evil on Act 2, right? I can't be mean on Act 1. Astarion's just at the end. What are you smiling at? You have a naughty smile on you. What are you doing? Woman, I'm scared.
Drown on me.
Are you checking guides?
No, I know how to do it.
Oh my god, what are you thinking?
You
of?
can
What-
do it. You can do it on both ways. You can do it in the goblin camp,
Thank
but
you.
I find it harder to do at the goblin camp. Or
was
you can
having
go to the goblin
trouble.
camp and be like, "Hey,
Words.
I know where the grove is. You want to come over?" And then like you betray her and you knock her unconscious.
So we press F5 multiple times. That's what I'm hearing.
A little bit, yeah.
We knock her out and wish and hope for the best.
It's been so long since I. Since.
So pretty.
Sorry.
She is very
Damn
pretty.
it. I don't usually.
Sorry, I'm so
Alright.
quiet, chat. I've
I
never
haven't
done this
finished a
quest, so I'm
song
just
since
taking it in.
Nyala died. I haven't played at all, if I'm honest. She was playing her lute. We didn't hear the gnolls coming. There was so much blood. I can still smell it.
That's tragic. And it's like so tragic.
She'd yell at me for that meter and make me play it over and over again. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
All right,
Finish
chill
the
out.
Weeping Dawn. For her. I've a long way to go.
Oh, she's a lesbian, by the way.
But thank you.
I am very
this.
happy to receive that information. You can't romance her though, can you?
It was awful.
claustrophobic.
Look at a loot without hearing her screaming.
I'm not gonna say anything.
Until
Oh,
now,
for fuck's
'cause,
sake.
I'd forgotten what it was like.
We're playing the Dark Urge. I'm gonna leave it at
Itch
that.
in my fingers to perfect a song.
Chat, what is she
The
talking
wooden
about?
dawn will be
What
my
are you
gift.
scaring
Chat,
the
do
living?
not say it in chat.
Why are
Chat,
you
do
living?
not say
Why are
it.
you scaring the living shit out of me?
I needed this.
Chat, do not say it.
Why are you scaring the living shit out of me right now?
We do not say it, chat.
What do you mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?
What's up for discussion?
I love talking to Squirrel. Why are they? Oh, they don't like listening to her. That's so fucking funny. That's so fucking funny. Books. The book is a clear work in progress, though already extensive. Blah, 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 blah. I ain't reading all that. Good for you, though. Ooh, fruit.
Okay, let me look at the map.
Mama, where we going, Mama? You're the leader, follow
Going to
the
the swamp. Get out of my swamp.
Get out of my swamp. Shrekathon. Like
We
they're
need
doing.
to talk to... God,
There's
we
a
need to
hidden
talk to
cache
Deadlord.
somewhere. I thought we had done that. Oh no, I did that on
I
my
think we
single player.
did.
I think I did that on my single player. And you know who comes up. Do you wanna go get the hidden cache? Cat?
Sorry, what?
Do you wanna go get the hidden cache? And see you
Do
know
we know
who?
where it is?
It's on a map. What
Is
did you do?
Is that, who do
I
we
can't believe
have
it.
as companions?
Like one.
Thank you.
Okay,
I was fine.
we need to do a long rest anyway.
Fighting a bear.
Isn't that how
Okay.
mine usually is?
Quiet, you
Cause,
Hi, Kara! Welcome in, cutie! How are you?
How
How have you been? Welcome in, my love. It's your two babies. You're doing amazing. That's what I like to. What? Tell us the goss if you want to. What's the goss?
So, we're traveling with the famed Blade of Frontiers. I feel
No, you're my
safer
favorite
already.
babe. You want the tea? Clock it, girl. Clock it. Clock it, pocket, polka dot, hip hop, hip hop thing. Your girl got approved for HRT. What does that mean? I don't know what it is, but I'm very happy for you. What does HRT mean? So I can be even happier.
Starting it?
Oh, yeah! Let's fucking go! Right, I'm lowering myself. Let's fucking go!
You okay? I was until she fucking yelled in my ears. God damn it. That hurt.
I'm so happy for you, my love. 5 years is... Oh, my God. Fucking claps. Fucking claps. I am so sorry. It's... Fucking 5 years is a long time. I'm so happy. Clock the tea. That's the tea I kind of like to hear.
Who knows?
That's the kind of
Drow,
tea.
Mind flayers,
Flayers,
death.
We still need mommy
Hopefully not
Carlac.
ours. But maybe,
I thought we had done
answers.
it.
if we
No.
can convince the right people to talk.
All right. Are we doing long rest then?
Mm-hmm. Let me just talk with Shadowheart first.
Why are you trying to steal my wife?
Something the matter?
Well, you want Shadowheart?
No, I want a Sarian.
What's on your mind?
You're shocked?
I must admit.
He's one of the
besides,
girlies.
You saved my life aboard the Nautiloid.
Fuck off! No way, Car. That's so fucking good. What the fuck? Congrats, my love. Sorry, I interrupted you, kitty cat. I'm so sorry.
No, you're totally fine. I'm
Congrats, my love.
deciding who I want to romance.
This is like I just love that. Like I don't even know what to say. I'm truly genuinely so fucking happy for you, my love. Let's fucking go. You know the scream that I did? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. He's the gay best friend at the sleepover. Bet he although I'm kind of gonna fuck him. So I'm on to see my husband. I'm on to
It's
see.
quite a sight. The stars, I mean. I could take or leave your chin.
Why does he hate me? He's a random straight friend at the sleepover about to get bitches. He's like he even has a pose right now. Like look, he's on like this right now. He's on like this right now. He even has the pose. You're so right, Kara. You're so fucking right. You are slaying life. Another day, another Kara slay. Period. Look, I've got earrings that say slay. Slay. Wait, have I shown? Oh. All right, Lovey, chill. Slay. They say slay. I don't know if you can see. Also, I haven't waxed my face, so mind your business. Chat, mind your business if you can see my hair. Mind your business.
I have a dumb question.
Okay, I'm scared.
If we go evil in Act 2, does Alson stay with us?
Ooh, I didn't think that hard. That far. I need to
If
fuck Halson,
evil
though. I need the
play
threesome.
through.
Are you
Does
Googling it?
Halson yeah.
The stars, I mean, I could take or leave your chin. You sing more.
Alson, intended to be a party member that is only acquired if a player is pact of good. Alson will end up dead if an evil route is followed in Act 1.
Can you explain in girly pop terms, please?
So, if you decide to be evil Act 1, Alson may die.
Alright, I don't want that.
It says, Halson, however, romancing Halson may not be suitable for evil playthrough as it disapproves of morally questionable actions.
I just want to fuck the bear, mate.
Oh,
You just want to fuck the bear. What
so
happens
here's
when
the thing. If you do evil playthrough, most likely you're going to lose Karlak, you're going to lose Will, most likely Gale as well.
Okay,
and
I can do
possibly
with that.
Halson.
I can do with Gale out.
No!
Oh, who the fuck cares about Gale? You have me.
Leave my little geek husband alone. Oh.
He's just a guy.
He's a perfect guy.
He's literally just a guy.
Him, and if you download the men bun hair,
Thinking, reflecting on what tomorrow might bring.
I love hearing him
When we
yap
find the
about.
druid, will he
stuff.
know how to bring the worm under control?
Meanwhile, you won't even chat.
little
She's like this, but she
adventure
won't even
was
listen to me yap about boats and shipwrecks and certain ocean gates. That's right.
That's a lie.
That you're not. I don't think I'm lying. Am I lying?
That's a lie.
Do you want me to hear yapping about shipwrecks and all of that? Do you want to hear me yap about it? Okay, chat. Did you know that there is a nurse that survived both the sinking of the Titanic and the Britannic in the early 1900s? Did you know? Did you know that she survived both the Titanic and the Britannic? And how she survived in the Britannic was quite fucking wild. Right? Did you want to hear about that, Cat?
No, I haven't heard about that. I'm listening to you and reading at the same time. I did hear what you said, but I haven't know about that. I didn't know about that. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, yeah, that happened. And as soon to be a board member, I can start raking up board points. Can students have to make literally everything again? So you'll basically be in command. Board points. If you kiss another board member from another association of a nation, you get points, and it's a race to get the most points. You're gonna kiss so many people? What kind of game is this?
Also,
Oh.
so, from what the devs mentioned, companions will leave you if you start doing things that they don't approve of. So unless you plan on romancing him, unsure if this can stop him from leaving you, he'll probably disapprove until he leaves. if you start the Dark Urge Act 2.
Okay, so how do I dark urge and get the threesome?
You have to resist the Dark Urge.
Chat.
Yeah, it says here, a full evil playthrough is impossible because you're forced to kill him by siding with Minthara, according to the devs.
You did, Valdur? Do you like ships? Do you like ships like I do? I love ships. I want to start getting to, like, you know those people that build, like, ships? Like miniature ships? I want to start doing that.
I cannot go without Mommy Karlak.
Good.
I need to look at those thighs.
I don't want you to run off just yet.
All right, simp.
I have good
You're
taste,
quite
at
the
least.
ally, after all.
Sorry?
Traversing Avernus,
I said I
surviving
had
a
good taste.
crash, surviving everything.
Yeah, you
else
do. I
fine.
have great thighs as well. Did you know?
I'm not easily impressed by people.
Nope.
but
Have you seen my
you're
bum lately?
stronger than I gave you
Nope.
credit for.
You like ships? Do you like ships, Valdur? Yeah, that's my question. I don't know a lot of people that like ships. I have a friend at work that likes ships, but he's very particular about the ships he likes. I'm also very particular about the ships that I like. So it's just, it doesn't, I need people that like ships. Because ships make my brain itch, you know? You're indifferent towards ships. That is an answer. That is a very valid answer. I'm just gonna cry in a corner.
Did you just get your hopes and dreams destroyed real quick?
Kind of, yeah. I just want someone to love ships as much as I do. What's your favorite ship? Ship. Cat and chat, if you have a favorite ship.
As in boats, I do not have one. Ship-wise, as in relationships, well, the list is too long.
I'm talking about those ships. I'm not talking.
I do not.
Okay, my favorite ship is very basic. I am obsessed with the Titanic. I have to say, for the time, we have to give it to the Titanic. The fucking ship survived 2 hours and 40 minutes still. I think that is magnificent for the time. Like, yeah, they were marketing it as an unsinkable ship, but the bloody ship still lasted 2 hours and 40 minutes. Do you know what I mean? So I love the Titanic. And I also love the movie that came with it. I'm obsessed with it.
I rarely enjoy Titanic. I don't like watching it.
Why? Does it make you cry? I have many talents if you want to explore them.
A delicious thought, but
But what are you waiting
the
for?
right moment.
The right moment. Is he rejecting me?
I'm sorry. I need to clear my head.
Maybe
Do I have tea?
I'll see
For
you
this
later,
thing
I'm
called,
sure.
you know, the tiefling
Sleep
party.
tight.
Ah, fuck's sake, I forgot about that. Do I have tea? Do I have tea, Cat? No, wait.
I don't think so.
Oh, I've already spoken to her. Okay, we can go to bed.
I was yapping with them while you were simping over you. Man.
I have a lot of tea. A lot has happened over the summer, and a lot hasn't. I'm a lesbian now. That's the major tea. Only took me 26 years. I am very liberated right now. Happy Pride! Literally, I need to tell you this story because it's really fucking funny. So I went to my first Pride ever back in June here in town. Went to my first Pride ever. Never had been, never had been. And I took my bisexual flag with me. And I got massively drunk. And I lost the flag. And looking back, a few weeks later, like, just me looking back at everything that has happened since, I started questioning everything. I was already, like, I remember talking over it about Don't Chat. And I was already, like, don't know if it feels right. I don't know if it feels right. I won't go into much details because I do obviously, like, in terms of being public here on stream, I like to keep certain boundaries around what happens in my personal life. But, you know, something just didn't feel right. What are you doing, woman?
You saved that. We're saving
Oh,
up for a
you've
big
already
hideout
left.
when we get to Baldur's Gate.
No.
And then I just keep looking back. Everything that happened afterwards, I was just like, yeah, me losing the bi flag was very symbolic. And my first pride as well. Join the club. Happy Pride! Thank you, my love. So much better. Like, look at her right over here. Look at her here on the side. So much better. You have more tea? Tell us the tea. You don't have a favorite ship. Well, no non-fictional sea ship. What's your fictional sea ship? Spaceship? Is it a Star Wars one? I've never watched Star Wars. I'm so sorry, chat. I've never watched Star Wars or Star Trek. No, I have watched Star Wars. Actually, I went to the movies once to watch Star Wars. I'm lying. Do I remember anything? No. Caro, where are you, please? Please, I am missing everything. I am missing everything. Are we going to the swamp?
I'm just running around the grove, checking shops.
Please wait for me.
Thanks
The
for
fact that
fighting
he's
my
hot,
Oh,
but his
she's
BA
so
is
hot.
If you need
not.
to replace any gear, just ask. My selection's pretty slim. I had to leave most of my equipment in Elturel.
Okay, girl. I don't fucking care. You can say it in my stream. I don't fucking care.
Of sorts. Used to be a bread and
For
butter
all that
tinsmith
matters,
before
you can
Elturel
say the
fell into
words
madness.
that Twitter would
days, my
cancel. I
talents
mean,
are more
you know what I mean. You know, like
Learned a
just
lot in
little
my
silly
time in
little
the Hells.
things.
Hope
You
to
can
forget
say
most
your
of it.
opinions.
But
This is a safe
between you and
space.
me, there's nothing in all the realms like the arsenal machinery. Alas, my
That one
offerings are
came
far
out
more
without
humble
me
these days.
thinking about it first.
Sorry?
That one I said it out loud before thinking first.
I mean, you're not wrong. He's a fucking cunt. Sue me. Sorry, I don't like sorry, I don't like the Z word. I'm so sorry. My god. Why the silence, baby? Oh, you're trading.
Yeah, I'm looking at what he
How do I
has.
leave? Help. Alright, I'm gonna meet you.
Mark, what is the Frontier's mark?
So I was the organizer for a big introduction camp for like university, like 200 people, and I organized that shit. Very cool. Secondly, I was medical person in charge for half the weekend as well, and there were wasps. Oh my god. So this decently attractive girl comes up to me and is like, "Hey, I got stabbed by a wasp in my boob." So I had to check that out.
Reading it like that.
I finished. Went to the bathroom with her, and she just flashes me. I thought she was gonna pull down her collar to show, no bra, no nothing, just boobs. No. And apparently you have to suck the poison out, which I didn't do, and I've been bullied ever since for not sucking on someone's boobs. Why wouldn't you suck on them titties? Why didn't you suck on them titties? Cara! Even if you didn't. Okay, I'm joking, by the way. This is all just like, oh, what have I done? Hopefully I didn't delete or ban anyone. Please. You know that bar that you can like go between message, ban, and delete? I clicked that by mistake, and I don't know what I've done.
It says in little letters at the end.
Why you have to read that so seductively? Because it's like, and a wasp touched on my boobs. I mean, you guys found it funny. You can't say you didn't find it funny. It was funny. Are we not finding Zoro? Oh, that's a crush. Never mind.
Yeah, that one you need Lae'zel on with you, and I don't want to bring Lae'zel out if I'm being
Ugh,
completely honest. So we can
nah.
do that afterwards.
Sorry, I complain enough as it is. Oh, fuck this bitch.
Thank goodness you came along when you.
It's Auntie Ethel. What do you mean, fuck this bitch?
There isn't a bit of colour in those. Auntie Ethel will sort you out. I've lotions.
I mean, if you're into older women, go for it.
Am I?
How old are we talking about?
Not old
No
enough to be my
ageism in
grandma.
chat, by the way. This is a joke about Auntie Ethel, okay? Be mindful. Not me. Yeah, I should talk to the mirror about it. Not chat. Chat didn't do anything wrong. I did. You're trading? What are you buying? Okay.
Just
And
bought
apparently,
potions of health.
and then like 3 hours later, my fellow comedy member, who's like hot, flashed me as well, just by changing into different clothes. And that weekend, I became a legend as well by chugging a liter of, yeah, that in front of 100. Is that like alcoholic yogurt? Anyways, I'm doing it. You're slaying. You're slaying, girl. One of my new classmates and project partner is really, really horny. Oh, Kara. Is that university or is that?
I heard what happened.
Oh, not this guy.
Thank you. for
Is that
protecting the child.
university or
You saw
is
what
this
the- its Korgers
something
could force.
house?
Without a lows, but the druids would slaughter us. We'd have to get close to.
What is
You're taking a
happening?
I'm still hoping.
What is happening in the House of Com? That's just cool. That's. Is this how it goes these days? Not school, by the way. This is just okay, chat. This is 18 plus.
University.
University. Just for the matter. Just for the record on the VOD, this is an 18 plus. This is all chill.
Okay, so
Oh,
first we need Karlach.
Okay. Before the swamp.
So I say, yeah, we get Karlach. We get Will to whine all about he wants about Karlach being with us.
Can we find the cache, please, first? I want to see something or someone.
Sure.
Why can't I TP? Oh, I have. Oh, don't worry. I was just saying it, Kara, for the VOD. You know, you get cancelled anything on Twitter these days. I'm such a boomer.
As if you cared.
As if I gave a fuck. As if I gave a fuck. I mean, apparently I do, because I can't stop talking about it. Mostly because it's funny. Oh, Ramble! A Ramble girl! I love hearing it, as long as you're comfortable with it. And... Where are you going?
I'm trying to remember where it is. Oh, it's by the Ravage Beach, isn't it?
Is it?
And you have to do some jumps or whatever. If it is what I think it is.
Where are we go? I just jumped! No!
It's okay,
Jump!
they'll get over it.
Hey, where are we going?
Yeah, it's that thing down there.
What? The cache?
Mm-hmm.
That's not the cache I'm talking about.
Are you talking about the gnome?
No, I'm talking the one on top. How do we get there? Oh, okay. Don't do this to me, please. Oh, for Christ's out loud. You just want to steal the cash from me. Fuck's sake.
It's not even the same thing.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go meet Raphael. Be right back.
Haven't we met Raphael already?
No, the cash is still there. I thought we had.
Okay,
Anyways,
do you have... What's your strength stat?
we don't have to fight him.
No. I'm talking about, like, moving it. Oh, your strength is low as well. Never mind.
Thanks.
Why, you're a wizard.
Well, I'm Hunky Milkers. Dwayne!
You're a wizard.
Oh, Dwayne, I missed you, Dwayne! pebble? How's my
Dwayne,
pebble?
how was chained together? Are you guys still friends?
That's right. Is that
Because
the...
after Pico Park last night, I don't know if you're gonna still have, if you're having friends for much longer. Oh, it was lovely. Oh God.
Well, he has me.
Do you still have friends, Dwayne, after Pico Park? And we had a blast. That sounds very, very ironic.
Sorry, Chad. I'll catch up in a second. I really hope I'm not a fun drunk aunt. Fun drunk aunts are the best.
Must lug my guts through this hell.
Fun drunks are the best aunties.
Chat, she's meeting.
Drunk Uncle Elon. What? Who? Which Elon are we talking about? Did Steve also play?
No.
Because he's saying, oh, question mark. Oh my god, Dwayne, you're pink again. I need this. Hello. New color.
Looking ahead.
Ah! He's here.
My, what manner of place is this? A path to redemption? Or a road to damnation?
I would
cannot wait
fuck
to
him.
fight him.
Hard to say, for your journey is just beginning.
What would
The mouse smiled brightly. It outfoxed the cat. Then down came the claw. And that, love, was that. They do know how to write them in Cormier, don't
Oh, it's only for Shrekathon.
Well met.
I think that's
am
really cute.
Raphael. Very
Yeah,
much
I am.
at
How
your
do I explain
service.
this?
It's
I'm okay.
not
I'm
every
like,
day
I'm
one
okay
meets
with
such a
fictional characters. Men don't
cavalier
suck
sinner as yourself.
in fiction. I mean,
A
this one sucks,
true
but it's a kind of good of suck.
bloody
You know what I mean?
Pleasure.
It's a devil kind of sucking. I'm okay with that. But like, show me a man in real life and I just can find him cute, I guess. I just can't pretend anymore. I actually don't find them beautiful. Or, like, if I had to live with a man ever again, romantically, no. I'm good, thank you. The way that came out almost immediately as a cutscene started, I clipped it. It was too funny. It was too. I'm fucking. Can't wait to fight him. I clipped that. That is going on TikTok. And if you are not following me on social media, what are you doing? Because I am hilarious. Have you noticed? I am hilarious. So there's my link tree. Thank you very much for.
I was about to say something.
What did you say?
I was gonna say she's hilarious and delirious.
You can't say those words. Apparently, you can't say those words, cat. You're gonna get
Listen,
canceled.
it's fine.
You're gonna get
Fine.
canceled on Twitter for saying the word Delulu and the word delirious.
Nah.
Thank you for the clip, Dwayne. I needed.
My cam is lagging. Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
What's a little canceling? It's just
There you go.
as long as you're
Just
not a
letting
terror.
them-
Obviously, look, real chat here, guys. I believe in cancel culture until a certain extent. Let's cancel the actual P words, the actual murdles. Fuck it, this is an 18 plus. The actual, like, really bad people of the earth, right? Like, James Charles
you,
is right there. Like, what?
Can you refresh the browser source of my
Yeah, baby.
camera?
Now,
Sorry.
this applies to everything, right? But what have I done? Should be on now. But like people that consistent, like let's just have some sense of humor. Some things are not too serious. Obviously, apologize when you can. But like, I just can't check Twitter anymore. It's just cesspool. James Strauss is right there. Cancel the guy. That's a pedophile if I've ever known one. Sue me. Don't fucking care. You've admitted it. I don't fucking care. Now,
Also, I don't get why it's lagging so hard.
I don't know.
My phone is not that warm.
Don't be on the loop on Twitter. I do not recommend it. I do not recommend it.
Like, let me... Boop. Refresh.
Yeah, the P word. Pedophilias. Yeah, those ones. Fuck those bitches. However, catch if I catch you outside, how about that?
Why, I never. You're paranoid, aren't you? Must be the surroundings. Rather bleak and lonesome. One feels so exposed. This quaint little scene is decidedly too middle.
I'm taller than him. What is he yapping about? What the fuck is a Twitter user called? A tweeter? You used to be a bird or an egg, innit? An Xer. Shout out to my Xer. You're really quite a man. You made my heart break and I made me who I am. Oh, that's a banquet if I've ever known one. Ooh, is it vegetarian?
Middle of somewhere.
I haven't been on Twitter since I ended up on... Oh, shit. That one's back. If that's what I'm thinking about, that one's back. Those accounts are back. Be very careful on Twitter. Yes, for fuck's sake. Have you chosen it? Take me back now.
And deny you the honor of my hospitality?
That's right.
This is the
I
house
don't
of
know what you guys are talking about,
time
and I
has
can't
come
understand
to
if you are
rest
being
and
sarcastic.
vanish
Is this a
and
joke that I've
feed,
missed about dead naming?
lavish.
Because I really don't.
Go
I know
on,
what dead
partake.
naming is.
It's
I just.
because like
supper.
Twitter is
After
now
all,
X, and
it
everyone
might
refuses to call it
just be
X.
your
So
last.
with dead naming Twitter, by calling it Twitter, not X.
What does Elon Musk think about that? You know what? I
I
don't
don't
give a
know.
fuck.
He wants to change the fucking block feature, so it's beautiful.
He wants to change the what?
The block feature.
Oh, that people can see. They just can't interact.
Yeah.
Just create a
That's
ghost
so
account at this
stupid.
point. He can.
That's literally. I think it's because he's the most blocked person on his own app.
Chat is not appearing. Oh. I keep having issues that chat does not appear on screen.
Call it
And I don't know how to fix it. It just doesn't. See, people are chatting. They're yapping, and it just doesn't appear. Smash.
It probably needs you to refresh something. Or whatever.
What's better than a devil you don't know?
Is that Lucifer?
A devil you do.
A shorter
Am I a
one.
friend?
He's like
Potentially.
5'6" at best.
An adversary.
No.
Conceivably.
I
But
hear Wayne call me a
savior,
heightist in the background.
That's for certain.
I just hear Dwayne be like, so are you a heightist? There's an ad starting in 5 minutes, by the way, chat. Are you actually choosing what I should choose?
I'm clicking the ones I would personally choose.
Come
I'm
now,
not paying
why
attention,
play
so I'll just
hard
do what
to
you do.
get
Not
when
even
you're
6
in
foot,
deep
literally.
over your
But he's
tadpole
cute.
head?
I'll give him that.
One skull.
So am I.
Wants to make
Two
Raphael
tenants,
hotter, so.
And no solution in sight. I could fix it all.
There's even
like
one that his
that.
clothes are like open at the front, so you can see like.
One skull. Two tenants, and no solution in sight. I could fix it all. Like that.
There's even one that his clothes are like open at the front, so you can see like. You know what I mean.
I know, Ari. I know. You're mad if you think I'll make a deal with the devil. I seen the devil, yeah, I met him last night on conversation. Now we're spending the night. I think I love it, no, I know it ain't right.
And what
Hey,
is madness
hey.
but a denial of
Seeing the
reality?
devil,
Still,
yeah, I met him last
I
night.
have
What?
a feeling you
Was
change your
it? Now it's
mind
spending the night.
before it's changed for you. Try to cure yourself. Shop around. Beg, borrow, and steal. Exhaust every
borrow,
possibility
Hamilton!
until none are
Beg,
left.
borrow, and
And
steal.
when
I don't remember the song that
has
comes
been
from.
whittled down of despair,
Fake fan!
that's
Fake
when
fan,
you
poser!
come knocking on my door.
Oh, Carl! Baby.
Such a
Thank you.
I ain't no you.
No.
My hair has cat ears in it.
Did you actually do it with your hair?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love it. Mummy? Tell Mummy Milkers, what did you do? I didn't pay. Are we paying attention? Are we paying attention to the story? Come on. And if I do want to take this deal, how would I
I'll
find
be
you?
around, watching you squirm like
Man
a
has
tadpole
eyes all over
for a
his
nice,
butthole.
Juicy brain.
I'm just thinking about
All
boobies.
those pretty
Me
little
24/7.
symptoms,
Me
sundering
wakes up,
skin,
boobies.
dissolving
Me has
guts they
breakfast,
haven't manifested
boobies.
yet.
Me plays Baldur's
Have they?
Gate,
One might
boobies.
say you're a paragon of luck.
Me has dinner and has
I'll be
tea,
there
boobies. Me goes
when
to
it
sleep,
runs
an
out.
hour of boobies. So same. So same. If you've never thought of boobies in your life, throw the first fucking stone. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you've never thought of boobies in no life, you are lying.
Someone failed the perceptions check.
And then Astarion passed it.
Oh, there's something inside that thing. Do you have high investigation and stuff like that?
Sorry?
Do you have high investigation?
Do I?
I'm asking
I
you.
have 3 intelligence.
I think it should be fine.
I pressed F5. Boobs are amazing.
like-
Ari, that goes on quotes because boobs are amazing. Every pair of boobies are amazing. Ah!
Oh shit, here we go again. You didn't even like let me give you like bard inspiration or anything of
The
choice.
creature's clutched
Did I
her
need it?
possessively. You have no doubt.
I
A
don't know, did
spider
you?
egg is nestled within.
What do I do? Oh, okay, I'll
The
use sleight of
bottom
hand.
one. Yeah.
Help!
Wait, let me add a bonus.
Thank you.
There you go.
Boom,
She
boom.
doesn't care about my bonuses, guys.
I care about your boobies though. They are both They both start with B-O. Yeah, that's right. Not B dot
Do
O.
you want me to lower the camera angle?
Ooh, butts are very nice indeed. However, they start with B-U, not B-O.
No, you could go with booties as well. That's BOO.
The spiders scatter, and you stash the bag. Something clinks among the
Aren't you
coins.
afraid of spiders, Cat?
Kara is talking from first experience. She knows.
What do you think? Oh no, that's a bit incestuous, not gonna lie. Don't answer that, Cat.
I'm not answering that. Fuck that.
Don't answer that, Cat. So where are we going now? We can go to the swamp now.
Orlac!
Oh shit, yeah, true. Where are you?
I'm going down. Oh.
These things have stayed interesting.
Down by the river. Okay, but where? I'm lost!
I'm behind you.
Oh. Alright, okay. Alright. Jesus. Did you guys... Chat, did you hear me? She's behind me. Okay, this is not my OF channel. And to be honest, I don't have one. Otherwise, I would have been long fired from my job. Please.
What do you mean?
Let's just say that I can't... And I generally wouldn't have an OF. Long past that. My back hurts, you know what I mean? Like, I can't take it much more. I can't take much more. My back hurts.
I lost kind of the first part of what you were talking about until now I understood what you were talking about.
I forgot a lot of things, actually, about TC this year. I'm so jealous!
Can we kill them? Can we kill them?
Yeah, sure. I need to...
Yay.
Wait. Chad, we're gonna kill someone.
A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh.
Doing it from behind?
Something within you stirs in response.
No comment! No comment! Me too, Frankie. Like... Wait! Oh, I don't have anything to give you. What? Why do you all get them? And I don't?
He's hurt badly. An oil bear got him
The
deep.
dice just
If there's anything you can do...
I'm watching you.
The injured man locks eyes with you. A familiar squirming churns in your head.
Fuck's sake.
Your minds intertwine. You see his siblings, Andric.
What about me? I love you.
You should search that corpse.
I heard corpse. I'm his husband, corpse.
Edward!
I hope he's okay.
Ed! Please!
He's with the Absolute.
Corpse
now.
husband, corpse, whatever his name
You're-
is. Whatever his name is,
You're
I hope
true
he's okay.
soul.
You're a real
Edwin,
trooper.
our brother.
As far as I know.
He was
I
I
don't know
his
you.
voice.
like you.
I used to
Do you
really
have
like his
orders for
Among Us
us?
streams.
We were
Didn't he
They were
stream
so
with
much fun.
with Bretman Rock one time?
I think so.
What are you going to do?
I don't know any druids. We know that all too well, ma'am, but
All
the Absolute sent us
Get ready to fight in a
What?
bit.
a truce.
exhausted,
Your
my back
words are and
Like,
when the time
the milkers are
Please.
heavy.
Any
Let me
supposed new
stretch.
god
Guys,
would have
we're
an
gonna
uphill
fight.
battle.
Chat, don't forget. Can you guys hear that? My back just like.
We don't know what they look like, but anyone who survived that
I have
crash is
glutes
bound
day
to be
tomorrow at
injured.
the gym.
That's
Do you
enough
wanna
to get
join,
us
Kat?
started.
Huh? It's glutes day tomorrow
Okay, I
at the
hear what
gym.
you said. Oh, good luck. Have fun.
Chat, she doesn't want to see me squat with my leggings. Have you seen Audacity?
You!
You!
Brenna! Kill her!
Bella! Fuck's sake. You need to go to the gym tomorrow? Let's fucking go. Let's
I'm
fucking
giving
go.
you something.
I clicked out of the game. I tapped out.
Let's have some cum.
Battle fucking hard.
You know. Be quick.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
They won't know what bit them.
Well. Well, that was shit.
Blood comes easy these days.
Add a 1/6 bonus to your next ability check. Should I do this? Huh? I want. Oh! 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 Mods, this is fine. This is Kara. We all know Kara. No, don't see yourself out. You're Kara. You're fine. Cat, help me, please. Do I use the Valiant roll, please?
Never a dull moment.
God, I need help.
What is it?
Add a plus 1d6 bonus to your next ability check. You expend your combat inspiration.
It's already applied.
Okay. Save the valiant roll. Okay. Don't jump on me! Leave my wife alone, you little bitch. My husband? You skunk. And she healed herself. Oh my god. Astarion, are you okay? I will save you. Well, there goes one. You look so happy right now. Excuse me. Why can't I pick him up? I need Karlach. Oh, I stepped on acid.
Resonates within the corpse. It calls to you.
What classes are you? Necromancy, me. That's the class, right? Necromancy. Kat, what's yours?
I'm a bard.
I'm doing Necromancy Dark Urge, and I'm not doing very well because I just want to fuck Alcyn, but you need to be good to fuck Alcyn, apparently. So it's going to be very tricky to get through this.
You're gonna probably have to resist part of it.
What about the end? I want
you get a good end. You want Ascended Astarion or not?
Hell yeah!
Oh god, she wants the abuser, guys.
Alright, chill out. This is fiction, man.
Sure, you can go with it.
What do I do?
Do the middle one.
Another tadpole?
Yeah, we need
It's kinky. It's just fiction. And it's a video game. If the option's there.
Listen, I'm not judging because I'm gonna do an evil one where I'm gonna kill everyone. Send a star, so it's fine.
I'm speechless.
And you know, I'm gonna make Shadowheart be evil, and you know, I may murder a few of the companions.
Wow, you are something else. I need Karlach.
What can I say?
ASAP.
I'm on the way to get my mommy.
Ah!
I'm on
Don't
the
go without
way.
me.
Walking death.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm in my way.
This
is
the way.
How about this, buddy?
Owl bear.
I need to build my strength because, like,
you can just take an elixir of heal giant strength.
I've seen everything. Swift is
are we about to, have we seen the pig?
The pig?
You know that Astarion bites.
Oh no!
You
we
want
haven't
in?
Yet.
Sorry, Kat?
We haven't yet. Scratch!
Scratch!
Come here. Come here, little baby boy.
Hi, Scratch baby! Let's go say hi to Scratch, chat.
I love Scratch.
Keep
so
moving, stranger. Quietly. I told you to go.
He's scared. My god, you have a lot of intimidation.
It's not like charisma is my main stat as a bard.
Alright. Strike out my face a little bit more. Jesus Christ.
There's death in your
I hate that
scent.
my camera is so slow,
Not
but
in
my
your
phone
words.
is not warm.
Still, you should go.
It may be me,
My
to be
friend is
honest.
injured. He needs rest.
Chat, sorry about that. It may be me with a lag on her camera.
Of course he will. And then we'll return home.
You had
You
ciabatta
can do
in the
scratch.
oven. Oh, I'm hungry now.
You can do the same.
Remember, child, when I was just like, I'm probably not gonna have dinner. Now I'm hungry. What are you topping it up
We
with?
were attacked.
What are you having with a
Cackling,
ciabatta?
furry things on 2 legs.
Furry?
And their
Speaking of,
smell
I'm gonna...
was
Furry? I'm gonna get a
strange,
drink.
rotten, evil. No, I won't leave him. If it comes to that, I may. Thank you.
I can't have a lot of food because I have to go to the gym early in the morning. So... I'll be full. Don't we need to find a key? Oh my god, all these shortcuts. How long have you played this game for? Jesus Christ.
100 and... Between 130 to 150.
How do you know so much?
And I
I'm
reached
so
Act
jealous.
3 and then I lost my whole progress.
How?
I had to do this thing called resetting my computer. And I forgot to back up the save file. So I'm back in the Temple of Shar again. And I don't want to redo the rest of it.
What about the Steam?
I don't have the cloud enabled because it never saves because it says it has not enough storage.
That is really sad. Ciabatta bread, mozzarella. Aww. Oh, mozzarella and pesto. I love pesto. Oh my god, guys.
Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry.
I'm literally right here.
One horn. This is the devil Will has been tasked to kill.
I'm literally right here. Okay. This is going to be... Okay, guys, I'm going to do the lucky thing. This is going to be the name of my future wife. A, B, C... Okay, the starting letter. D, E, F... I know it in Portuguese. G... A, B, C, D, F, G, H... E... E... G, E... A, B, C, D, F, G, H... It's going to be H. Hazel? Hazel? So, the name of my future wife is going to start... Well, Cad. Shouldn't have cheated on me.
Nice of you to ask. Lately, I've gotten used to being called...
But Karlak.
No follow-up questions.
It's Golden Retriever Demon!
It's a long story.
I love that.
And I'll tell it, but...
A great heat roars through.
Henrietta.
Fiery as the hells.
Do you have a name that starts with an H that I don't know?
As you tear through
Hi, Robin, my love. Well, you will now. How are you, Robin?
If you had the F,
as the Nautiloid passed
maybe.
through Avernus. This woman was on the front line.
What?
My second name starts with an F.
I don't remember this. Chad, I'm in big trouble, Chad.
Mountains.
How am I? Do you know all of my surnames? Don't judge me, please. Do you know them?
From that peak I got into your head.
I know
made
one of
some
them.
inroads trying to get the thing sorted. But alas, no joy.
Exactly, that's my point.
I'm Carla.
I know your surname.
And
Yeah,
you're-
you do, Robin. That's right. You do. Actually, you don't know all of them. No one does.
Thought I'd lost the
Helen,
blade of
Hazel,
frontiers on the
Hermione,
mind flayer ship.
Hannah, Haley,
If it's an obvious by
Haley,
now, he's right
Heather.
about me. I'll prove it to
Oh,
him if
I
he
love
stops
Heather's,
swinging that sword
the
around
musical.
long enough to listen to sense.
Heidi, Helga, Hillary, Hilda. Oh, so
we're
many
all pals,
options.
how
So
do you feel
many
about
wife
helping me kill some
options.
evil bastards?
They are hot and cute. Get
little
dogs.
background,
No,
if your old
no,
compass needs something to point at.
no,
You
no,
already know I
not
fought
today,
in the
Satan.
Blood
Not today.
I was good at killing demons.
Not today.
Really
Hopefully not today.
So good, Zariel, the archdevil herself, made
Oh,
me
fuck
her
that bitch.
personal attack dog.
Woof.
I played along.
was
As
thinking
Valdur
that.
said,
Out of there.
as
Took me
Valdur
10
said,
years
golden
to
retriever
properly
demon.
escape, but now I'm free.
What are you laughing at?
Zariel sent goon
Because you
after
said
goon to
wolf
hunt
and I
me
was gonna
down.
say the same
But
thing almost at
believe
the
me
same
when I
time.
tell you, I'm not
This is
going.
why.
Dog.
The latest yappy
We are
little
bo- we
dog
are-
she
we were
sicked
made
on
for
me
each
and
other.
nearby.
Hermelinda,
Dogs posing as
Hildegard,
paladins of
Hortensia,
Tyr.
that's a Portuguese name.
Wanna help me track them
Henrietta,
down?
Harriet,
It's the name of a flower.
Sorry?
It's the name of a flower.
That is true. It's not a very pretty flower in my opinion.
Fuck
Hedwig.
yes.
All right, I'm not
The
marrying a
corner
Hedwig.
outside the
Thank
toll
you.
house just up the hill. Don't they've gone
And
far
Hattie.
after
I like the name
scorching I
Hattie.
gave 'em.
Hattie.
After we've mopped them
Hattie,
up, we
Hattie.
can work on evicting this parasite and take Faerun by the short hairs. Sound good?
No.
I'd hug you if it wouldn't scorch your
Do we
skin
already
off.
have Hattie the Hottie? You already
Looks
have
like the
Hattie the
troops on
Hottie.
the troop top.
You
need to
already
send
have
someone
Will.
packing if you want me to join.
Yeah, we do.
Is there a way to romance
Catch
the
up with you when it's time to camp
his
for now. But don't get to any of the fun stuff without me.
what's
Got
her
it?
name?
I can say that in Act 3, you might, emphasis on might, be able to fuck her.
I wanna scream and shout and let it all out and scream and shout
Shall
and
we
fuck
go to
that demon
camp?
out. Yeah, let's kill some
Should we go to?
bitches.
We could go to
Camp.
camp.
Why?
Get the cutscene with Will and Karlach. And then go fight the paladins. Or
I
you not
just
want
heard
to
some
fight the paladins?
noises. I just heard some noises. Yeah, I can go up. We can fuck who? That's right. That's right. Thank you so much, Valdur. Oh my god, there. Do I have any? I have 3,712 options for a wife.
There we go.
Let me just take this.
One horn, the stink of Avernus.
Hey, chill out, man.
I'll be God's damned. The blade of frontiers.
How does
Thought I'd shaken you for good.
How
That'll
does
teach
the
me to
Chaperone
underestimate
song
you.
go? Naked in Manhattan. I wanna kiss your boyfriend, your girlfriend. Let's start a bar fight. That's what's about to go down. 984 male names. This seems a bit unfair. No comment. No comment. No comment. What are you choosing?
Well, not counting the fuckers that
Well,
need
Will?
hurting.
Also, I love that emote. That's so
I know
cute.
your kind. A heart darker than a shadow's nightmares. You'd cut a child's throat just to taste the blood.
That's not true.
I didn't take the blade for a fool. I'm
A great fire roars
Yeah,
through
let's go with like
the fire of
any
the
name can
first
be
hell.
gender neutral. Who cares?
Tearing through demons across a blood-red landscape of fire and
I will say, now that you're talking about that, you're so right, Veldar. You know when, like, for example, The Sims? I'm sorry if I'm talking a lot on top of dialogue. You know one thing that annoys me on The Sims, and they still haven't fixed it? By the way, The Sims 4 have been going on for 10 years, and apparently will continue to go on for so many more years, and they still haven't fixed this shit. Why are the clothes for the men so fucking shit? I know you can, like, you can now choose to just wear any clothes, like female or male bodies, and just swap them over, but sometimes you just want basic stuff, you know? Like, invest on some male pattern clothes. Please, EA.
You saw the truth. I may be an
Cast for
effective
men is
soul,
shit, yeah,
but I
and I
never
haven't
wanted
changed
to
it.
serve Zara.
Also,
Legged it
it's the
away
fact that
from
they
her
have
the
a
first
whole
chance I got.
I am a hater. As I am a hater, I am a complainer. I don't care. When it comes to EA, I am a complainer. I'm a hater.
His breath and his lips straighten. Sheer dread.
They have a whole
twists
kit,
his
pack
face.
kit, whatever it's called. 5 quid for some shitty ass clothes. Excuse me. Make it free, or make it come with the expansions.
Monsters better than anyone.
Also, is
Can I look
anyone
in my
playing the
eyes
battle
and
pass
see
for
I'm not
The
a
Sims?
devil?
Is it good?
You don't know
I'm
what
actually
this
curious
means.
if anyone's playing
You
it.
don't know what you're asking me
When's
to
the
do.
last time you released quality
I'm
content?
asking you to live, Will. Don't want to hurt you.
That's
And to
a
be
loaded
frank,
question,
I'd
my
rather
guy.
not find out how
That
the
is a
blade got
loaded
his
question.
I swear
The
to
answer is
you,
no.
on all I am,
No.
I'm
When?
not
No.
What you think.
I keep laughing about the fact that EA has a battle pass. Yeah, there's a battle pass now for The Sims. There was one previous, but people found a way to
You really are no
get the
devil,
stuff
are you?
for free, like basically hack the stuff. I think that would be the right term.
Thank the
Um,
gods. thought I was gonna have to take
Yeah,
your
but
head.
I think there's a way to get it,
You
which
would have
I'm not
died in the
incentivizing because I do not
But
want
there
EA
have
up
been
my
enough
ass either.
threats today.
For
Truce then,
incentivizing that.
eh?
I don't
Aye.
promote those things.
Truce. I
Uh,
see the good in you,
but yeah,
Carla.
you can, which is really
I
silly.
promise not to lose sight of it.
Cuppy, you're so
Even when the
good.
hells
Go and do your
burn
laundry. I
hottest.
appreciate you being here. Good Cuppy. Mass Effect 3 is 2012, so it's almost 20 years. I've never played Mass Effect. Is it good? Oh my god, there's an exclamation mark. Let me go speak to Will, please. My ass is bombing, man. Look at that. Jesus.
You've been witness to a pantomime, I'm sorry to say.
Carla, join me.
Panoramic.
I've played my part all too poorly.
All too poorly. What's that supposed to mean? Lay it out plainly. Someone said you on. I'd like to know who. Alright, that's mean. What's that supposed to mean?
It means that a reckoning's coming.
That's so dramatic.
And I'll be the one to pay up. One night soon when we make camp, the veil will be lifted. And I'll
We
pay
getting
my
married?
penance.
Berserker, accept.
A chance to see the blade squirm. Nah. Should I be worried?
You're not in any danger.
I
promise.
need to go in a bit though.
I can't
That's
say
okay,
the same
baby.
about me.
It's already 8:30. I still need to have dinner.
How long have we been going on? 2 hours and a half. My god.
Hours, yeah.
You need to eat.
Yeah, I do.
Did you eat anything at work?
Not really.
Let me just speak.
Nothing like a little camp
Yeah, speak
drama
with
to spice up the evening.
Speak with the
It's almost
devil.
a pity things ended so amicably. Seeing those two duke it out.
I'm having
would
Ari
be
play
fun.
through the Mass Effect trilogy. Sly. One day Kat will come through my walls and beat me up for apologizing so much. You know,
Oh, I
Cuppy,
will.
if it makes you feel any better, my first job ever was at a supermarket. Which I will touch upon the word supermarket later, by the way. Like, my first serious job, I mean, with a contract and everything, was at a supermarket. And one thing, what is that? One thing that they would always say to me is that, Frankie, they wouldn't call me that, but Frankie, you apologize too much. It's so annoying. So I feel for whoever feels like that, because I still do it to this day. I'm just a bit more of a bitch now. But like, I get it.
Thank goodness that's all dealt with.
I
The odds are
I got
stacked high
influenced to
enough
play
against
it.
us already.
Change
No
the
need to
wording.
turn on each
But
other.
I was put on the couch to play it while he watched me kill characters. Okay, I was wrong. Last time EA released quality content was only 3 years ago. I said, what was it 3 years ago? I would say Dragon Age is good. Is that EA?
Yeah,
Dragon Age is coming up.
Mm-hmm.
You did make him play Detroit Become Human. I heard that's a really good game. I think I got it for free on Epic Games. It Takes Two is quality content. I really like the little bits that I played with Dante, and then I just never touched the game ever again for Dante. I think he finished it with Maisie though. Traitor! I'm joking. I don't blame him. Like, I just quit the game. I'm terrible at, like... So sorry, guys. Continuing games. Like, totally my fault. I played 10 hours of Dragon Age Origin. I just... It was... the one thing that kept me off of it, it was just how, there's that problem that it just keeps closing down. But I really enjoy the Dragon Age story. I've watched quite a good few playthroughs of the Dragon Age games, and I love it. And I just hear Robin being like, "How they're talking about Dragon Age." Robin loves Dragon. They love Dragon Age, and I don't blame them. I'm very excited for the new game. I really want to try it.
We'll take care of Scratch next time. I need to go. I'm hungry.
Sorry?
We'll talk to Scratch.
Scratch.
Next time, because I need to go. I'm very hungry.
You want to go now, baby?
Yeah, I'm hungry.
That's okay. Yeah, you. Yeah, you. Cat left the game. We've saved, right?
Yeah, you quick saved just now.
Kato, thank you so much for being here with us. Can we have thanks in chat for Kato? Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure. I love having you here. What are you eating?
I don't know. I did a meal prep. Yeah.
Ooh, good girl. Let me do this.
So, I have to decide what I'm gonna do.
Chat's back now. What the fuck? On the screen, I mean. I just want to thank
there's
you
me
so
in the little corner. So like,
guys, you in a little corner. I'm up for like to continue,
me in the
obviously, but you need to go eat.
yeah, I need to go eat. So, I'm gonna go have food. I'm gonna do cosplay stuff, and then you know what I'm gonna do? Play
What?
Obi Watch.
Obi Watch. Oh my god.
I'm gonna play Obi Wobi.
Should I play Valorant?
So,
I need to do my night market.
what's that? Can you eat it? Can you eat Valorant?
You fucker. Thank you so much again, baby. I really love you for being here.
having me. Goodbye.
Bye, baby.
Take care.
Take care.
Bye, chat. I'll see you in chat in a bit.
I'll just disable your camera just in case.
Yeah, I'll turn it off as well. Like, boop.
I love you.
See?
Boop.
No more cat. No more cat cam.
No more cat cam.
Nope.
I feel like still playing a little bit more. I think I'm gonna play
do it.
Chat. Are we okay with Valorant? Although I'm shit and I'm wearing contact. I could just put my
I'm gonna put your glasses on.
I need to do my night market.
Good luck on that.
Thank you,
I am
baby.
gonna get food and cosplay stuff. Goodbye.
Bye. Oh my god, there's an update. All right, chat. There's just an update. There is just an update. Hell yeah. Okay. Hi, a long time no see. It is a long time no see. That is fucking crazy, cat. Why did it take you so fucking long to be here? My god. My god. And then Stan. Oh my god, what a lad. Anno 207, what's that? Let me Google it. I feel so ignorant. Also, the new Zelda is coming. Is that? Oh, it's like the City Skylines game. Oh my god! There's another one. 2011. Is this one of the reasons as to why SimCity went down? Like massive shit. Let me put chat here. Is this game one of the reasons why SimCity was what it was? An embarrassment. Where's the music? I can't sit in silence, sorry. Let me put some Lovey on. Let me put some Lovey on. I know Ari likes Lovey. 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 Lovey Manuru. I think I feel like playing Valorant. I need, however, to swap over to my glasses. Hold up. I'm gonna do... Does chat want to see me take my contacts off? Hold up. I can't take my contacts off! I'm trying. Where are my glasses, by the way? Chat, I'm gonna put on BRB chat. I'm going to take my contacts off, and then the game is just updating. I will leave you, you know what? With Spotify. Are we okay with for BRB? And I'll run ads. And then we'll play some Valorant, because I really feel like playing Valorant tonight. Hope that's okay. I think SimCity meets Factorio. You know so many games. I feel so ignorant. I feel so ignorant. Oh, that looks cute. When was it released? 2016. I've never heard of this game. Which is why SimCity was my first ever Sims game ever. like literally. And then I just stopped because The Sims came out. I just stopped. I need to get chat over. Okay. I'm gonna be on a BRB because Valorant is updating. And I'm gonna take my contacts off and I'm gonna swap over to Valorant. So I will be righty back. He's a walking Wikipedia. Every time he comes in, and I love it because I just get to meet, like, I get to learn about so many new games that I just had no idea. No fucking clue. Oh, Valorant's on. Slay. Valorant's on. I'm gonna do a night market as well. Where is my... I have so much shit. See again. Call you mine. Where's my game background? Please. Time. Where's my game background? I was right here. It's right here. Should I say fuck y'all? Alright, I'll be right back. Why is Valorant not working? That is a switch of a song. I will just say that. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna get my contact lenses out. Don't mind me. I can't find my glasses. Where the fuck did I put my glasses? Got him. Oh my god, chat. I'm gonna do... Ah! Alright, I fucked this up. I just want to say, no backseating, please. Should probably put, like, a message up. Let me ask Dwayne if he wants to play. From your point of view, do you wanna play ball? Don't worry. No. Chibata's already? Do we get picky? Ari, do we get picky? When I picture you. Is Valorant lined up? Can you guys hear Valorant? I don't feel very confident playing on my own, so this is gonna be funny. Also, oh, this is shit. I hope Valorant's coming up. Do you picture? Yeah, that is coming up. It's up to you, baby. I love ciabattas. Oh, that is cute. Alright. Okay, night market. I like doing the green ones first and the blue ones. Oh, no way! Not me pretending I'm gonna spend money on this game. I love this Phantom. Should I be happy? Should I be happy with this? Oh, those are fucking cute! Is Spotify... I didn't lower Spotify. Is Spotify okay, by the way, chat? That is something I think... I don't know how to feel about this. I really like the Phantom. I really like the... And Christmas is coming up. Those emotes are so cute. I'm so fucking in love. Who are they from? Doro. I think they're so cute. You know what I want? There is that, oh shit. Hold up. Hold up. I need to change the category. I don't know what to change the title to. Pew pew. Pew pew. My chat. BG3 is looking weird. What's the night market? I'll show you. So we've got this. I've never seen this in my life. Choices. I've got the Phantom for this. I've got the Phantom for this. It's a Guardian. Do I play with a Guardian? Not really. I really like this one. I've always wanted this one, but I also want the Christmas bat or whatever, like, you know, the... Yeah. And it's only 900 credits. Only. Lol. I have 8. It's only 900 credits. Let me see the ciabatta. That is food porn. I know you chat can't see it, but just trust my words when I say that ciabatta is food porn. That looks delicious. This is all Christmas themed. I think. Is this... No, this is more Halloween-y. That is my night market, baby. I need my monitor here. Sorry. It's just so I can see better. Like, I literally play like this. Is this the day I get, like, a riot gun buddy? Riot, Valorant. If you're ever in... I know I tagged you yesterday. If you're ever in need of a Portuguese voice actor. I'm not a voice actor, but I'm really fucking funny. And I have really great voices that I can come up with. And I speak Portuguese and English. So, and you get to eat all of it. You don't even share. And you don't even share. Not even a little bit. Not that I eat ham, but that shit looks... That shit, when I say shit, I don't mean like literal. That shit looks delicious. That looks fucking sick. Guys, I do not have a... I've never played Outlaw in my life. I don't think so. I don't think I've ever played Outlaw in my life. Singularity? Again? Hold up. Oh! That is cute. Not me pretending like I haven't seen this, by the way. Like, not my fake reaction. Be like, oh! I've seen this on Josh Seki's stream. No, that's pretty. So it's both running back singularity. So it's both singularities. Is this a new range? This is pretty. This is pretty. All right. Chat, what I really want is Chaperone. Duh. But, oh my god, there's this collection card. Cat has it, and I'm just so fucking jealous. It's the one with the fairy. And I've always... Oh, this one. I want this card! And it's never been on my shop. I want this card. This is the one I want. This is the one I want. What's my level right now? 120? Oh my god, that is disgusting. Yeah, you haven't. I don't. It's really sad. I've just noticed now that I'm level 120 and I've just unlocked a new border. This is disgusting. I'm not gonna do it, but this is disgusting. This is disgusting. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Hit it. Hit it. Beyonce. Hit it. Well, I'm doing solo Swifties because I miss this game. I've been watching so many Valorant streams. There's people at level 400. You're fine. I don't, but at least they're good at the game. At least they're good at the game. I'm not good at the game. I need to adjust the borders for Valorant. Dwaybo, thank you for the banana collector. Bird. I know you love this song. I love how you collected the. I love how you collected the banana collector just as this song plays. You're not good at the game. You're funny. What, are you a liar? My hips don't lie. My hips don't lie. I don't know what you're talking about. No, you're funny. You're funny. Fly. You're funny. Dwaybu, by the way, can I ask you like a cutesy favor? Can you put a pin chat saying no backseat? Cause I'm scared. I'm scared, guys. I'm not good at this game. I'm just not good. I don't warm up. I just play this game for funsies. Ah! Weird. Oh no shit. Oh. Let me close over Wolf. Look at that.
She's not ready.
Let's begin.
Chat, if I focus.
Where are you? Dizzy's up top. Dizzy has targets. Right there.
Oh my god, she's focused. Ah! You backseat on me. I need to go. I haven't played this game in so long.
Mosh pit. Go get him, buddy. Folded.
Headshot. Reloading.
Where did this bitch go?
Gotcha. I'm good for 3. Up the way. Someone's there.
I don't remember how to play this song.
Lights out. 10 seconds until stage change.
This feels weird. I think this is forever.
Stage 2.
Bitch, you were? Ah, headshot.
Careful here.
Anyone else?
It's all you, Mosh. Bring them down.
That was shit. No!
Find you. Run, little man. Dizzy's up.
Ultimate orb spawning.
Somebody's there. And you're dead.
I cannot play this game.
New stage in 10.
I'm good for 3.
Bitch. Thank you. Fuck you.
Right there. I'll take it. Get him, wingman.
Careful here.
doing, my guy?
Mosh pit. New stage. Up and away. Right there.
I'm so sorry, I'm quiet, chat. Oh, I just spoke it. I just spoke on thing. Ah!
Go get him, buddy. Wingman's down.
Enemy down.
My aim is shit.
Not today, Fade. Thrash is ready.
I
It's all you, little homie. Thrash hit him. 3. Dizzy's up top.
That's an ace if I've ever known one.
Saw you, Mosh.
Bring them down.
Ooh, that was shit.
Run,
No
little
more
man.
dreams.
Oh, motherfucker. That was the worst ace of my life.
Drop in a smoke.
I used to have such stable aim. Motherfucker.
Dizzy's up.
What am I doing? You guys didn't see that. You guys didn't see that. Oh my god.
Get him, wingman.
What is this weird?
Shot
I need
my wingman.
I need a phantom.
Reload.
Eager to laugh.
Blow him up, Mosh.
I need my phantom. I need my phantom. Where's my phantom? I'm spraying. I'm spraying.
Right there.
I'll find you.
Someone's there.
Charge your ults.
Why am I crouching? Ah! This is why I don't play calm. Alright, headshot phantom. Take those.
Go get him, buddy. Mosh pit.
Bring them down.
15 kills remaining.
The hunt begins. Dizzy's up top.
Who's next?
Somebody's there. I'm good for 3.
That was well played. I love you till the day that I die.
See ya.
Just giving it. Oh, I walked right into that one.
Bring them down.
Charge your ults.
Run, little man.
Five kills remaining.
Reloading.
Right there. Not ready.
No, I want to choose my trap. I didn't have him. Can I go for another TDM? Miami's still a bit iffy. I'm having fun playing Valorant. I've also been like going to more streams and whatnot, and it's really fun. Chaperone Haver! Oh my god, I'm already level 21. That's wild. What are my dailies? No. How the fuck do I already have my... Get headshots 50. I haven't been playing... How many headshots have I got? No, this is not true. I haven't been playing this game. I'm gonna do another TDM. Also, chat, please let me know if sound is very overwhelming between, like, me, Spotify, and etc.
Match found.
Oh, I love this map. Oh my god. Did you guys hear that?
You have good taste, my friend.
Okay, guys, now let's go into the death match.
Shut up.
Nuh-uh.
Oh my god. Alright. This is why I love this game. Can't wait to fight. Now let's our little babies. Did you guys know I know no one cares, but Taylor Swift side eye played this song as a surprise song in London, and I was there. I was there. Florida, bum 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 bum. It's one hell of a drug.
Let the bullets fly.
Here.
Motherfucker.
Reloading.
Motherfucker.
There they are.
Spawning.
Reloading.
Alright,
Careful now.
bitch. It's always the ones 200 and above. That was the shittiest.
Until stage change. Stage 2.
I don't know why are you saying
This Reina man. Why are they fighting?
That works.
Bitch, I'm gonna get you. Reina, I'm gonna get you. Oh, 110. My aim is so unstable, my god.
Teleport's ready.
I can't be that shit, surely. I can't be that shit. Surely, I cannot be this shit. I'm not feeling very demure.
10 seconds until stage change.
There's an add-in 5. What? You're the living shit out of me.
Stage 3.
Still inside. Reload him. Watch your eyes. Again.
Wonder if I made that. You say that. They don't like coming to this side. Ah! Fuck you, bitch! Got you! Get 'em mad, get 'em sad. It's so bad, it's funny.
New stage in 10.
Better act like lucky.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Why am I chamber with a phantom? Why am I chamber with a phantom?
Trap destroyed. Here.
You go EP. Have a good night's sleep. I appreciate you so much for being here, and I'm so proud of you. Very happy for the tea spilling. You go have fun, girl. Ah! You go have fun, girl. Have a lovely night. I love you too. Mwah. That was my kill. I walked right into that one. Mwah. When the camera flashy.
Teleport's ready.
No comment.
No, my
That works. It's you and me.
I want that mother.
Oh, no,
Shut up.
That's one rampaging raise.
That's done.
Motherfucker. Come on, people. No comment? No comment, guys. Oh my god, 11, 16. That's wild.
Triple, baby. Reloading.
Oh! Guys, I'm not used to this game. Please don't mind me.
Come on, let's go. Here. Here. A gift. Going up. Here.
Reloading.
My mouse is trapped.
That's three.
I'm crouching.
Oh, you ain't coming back. Here. Touch your pass. So long. That's teleport's ready.
Feeling sight.
GG's. Nearly got an ace again. Rain on me. I can't move my fucking mouse. Let me. Hi. Don't mind my oily hair. I need to wash it tomorrow after the gym. Slay. I'm gonna play some Swifties. I wanna get better at Valorant, but I just don't have the time to invest. Oh, I'll break in. Alright, we gotta start with a Swiftie. Rain on me. Sorry for agile. Hands up to the sky.
Match
I'm about
found.
to fly. Hands up to the sky. I have changed it, the category, haven't I? Yeah. Be drunk, but at least I'm alive. Rain on me, rain, rain.
I've already thought of everything.
I was just playing with that rain, I swear. Hello.
How are you guys doing today?
Yeah.
Fine, and you?
That's a good mic.
Very good.
Speaking of which, I need to check if mine is good. Rain on me. Also, not me speaking on TDM. Hey, Chad, how we doing? I'm getting all the crazy visions of me in LA. That there's a special place. Boys and girls can all be queens every single day. Oh, why are the levels so high? I like Uber Gorilla. I don't know how to feel about the name. She sees her baby girl. I know she's gonna scream. Gamer Galactic.
We're all going home.
They changed the order of this. I just can't get on. That's okay.
Are you ready to win?
Sure.
Yay!
Jingle bell bell!
Apple.
Yes.
Have a great name. I don't know why I said it with it.
Is he talking to me?
I don't know why it's Asian, sorry. I guess something was wrong. Yeah, I'm not funny. I'm too old for this. I just shut my mouth.
This guy's funny.
I tried. Let me oh.
Well.
Robot. The robot.
Alarm bot out. That's done.
Smoke.
There, Jesus Christ.
Place found them.
One more.
Grenade out.
Lurking. Do I know the terms anymore?
They're here.
BS3.
He was lurking. I haven't played this game in so long. It's where I belong down at the
One enemy remaining.
Say this here too.
I can
Healing you.
Thanks.
Is my...
Oh.
Yeah, it's coming from the right place. Play. Not me being
Let's
Chapel Run and
play.
actually listening to Chapel Run at the same
Slay
time.
your enemies.
Real. Why am I shy? Still love you in Tennessee. You're always on my mind.
Target out.
On the stage are my heroes.
Multiple enemies, A.
Placing swarm turret destroyed. Bomb grenade out. Reload. Inside. Reloading. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
30 seconds ahead.
What is that?
One enemy
enemy remaining.
What is that?
Carrier's down.
How's he peeling? I have no.
Spike
I just
down,
started Swift
attacker
play. How are
spawn.
you, Dwayne? I have someone saying
down.
slay to me. It's going a-okay. My mouse is being a bitch though. How did we throw this? Ah, I just shook all of that.
Shit, dude.
I am so stressed. What's wrong? Let me pause. What's wrong?
You fat baby.
Whoa. What's wrong? Tell me. Tell Mommy Milkies. What's going on? Have you streamed Chapel Roan today, gang? You should. The silence. The silence. Chaperone.
Who's that?
What do you mean, who's chaperone?
It's like a dance or something?
She's amazing. You should totally
Is that what
listen
you
to her.
youngins do these days?
Yeah.
Launching smoke.
Is that what you young people call gaming these days? Hey,
She is gay.
Day.
Help
I said
me.
days.
She is gay. There's a lot lurking.
Who's not? Let's be
Literally.
honest.
Beacon down.
Placing swarm grenade.
In the corner.
Are you ignoring the guy
Last
who's
player
on the
standing.
what?
What the fuck was that?
Get him some.
What?
Aw, don't
That's
be
right.
wrong.
Computer, few other things.
Oh, I wish we could talk to the other team. I want Sage to peek around the corner and say, hello.
Hello.
Proximity
Last
check.
round before the
Yeah,
switch.
this is so good. Valorant proximity. This mega game mode is for fun. Hello.
Hello.
So where are you guys from? There's only one wrong answer.
I'm from Tennessee.
Don't do it.
Germany.
Hell yeah.
Ah, guten Tag, mein Freund.
Guten Tag, guten Tag, guten Tag.
I'm from
ich
Tennessee.
Wille. Yeah.
I'm gonna molly short.
I didn't listen to German class. Let me be. I didn't listen, okay? And my German colleague, German colleagues, teachers,
I've got your trail.
They hate me.
Enemy spotted. A. Placing alarm bot.
There's this unwritten rule that the English teacher and the German teacher don't get along.
Found them.
I need that.
My aim is so off. Why am I?
Last player standing. My turn.
Oh.
Spike
Well.
down A.
So I'll get 0 kills, but it's okay.
No, you win these. Cloak
You're a
will
pink
die.
pony club goer. You got this.
One enemy remaining.
Blinded. Time to hunt. Scout destroyed.
Oh, my games are always a fucking mess.
We'll go back.
30 seconds left.
Oh, she fell for it.
She did the exact same thing he did. That's funny. Big slide. Huge. Fucking huge.
Try me.
You have to
Switching sides.
Excuse
Sky, you
me.
are so
How did you do
cool
that?
and collected. I'm almost jealous.
Beepoo, 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 beepoo. Oh my god.
It's called being a good boy.
Whoa.
Okay, you don't want to swear and stuff. Ever since
Placing swarm
the
grenade.
internet banned the R word, I had to get it.
Placing swarm grenade.
Hello?
Wait.
Oh.
No.
Placing swarm grenade.
Is that a fellow Australian?
Hello?
No.
No, I'm from Tennessee.
I got yous, okay?
Turret out.
Remember
I don't see
Tennessee?
any tens. What?
I'm from Tennessee.
You're from Tennessee?
Hell yeah, I know Chaperone and all, although she's not from Tennessee. She's from Minnesota, so. I still know her. Yeah.
Turret destroyed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty cool. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty good, so.
That's fine.
Thank you guys. It is. Can you not be that loud? Big ass feet. I'm not a fat shaming, by the way.
Bomb grenade out.
Spike planted.
You could help me.
Here.
Help.
They're in here.
Gun here.
Close your eyes.
One enemy remaining.
Somebody help me.
Last player standing.
You sure?
Yes.
Big spike. Huge. Fucking huge. What is this dude doing?
I'm out of stuff.
Wait a sec.
I'll stream until 10. I need to go to the toilet after the Swift play though.
Where is she?
More footwork, more power, I guess.
Continue on
I'm 8-1. How? I'm cheating.
What?
Like honestly, I'm not this good at this game. I must cheat.
It's just a big play.
I
What?
got a white gun.
You want me to report you? I don't know if this dude is like. Is he margin on like? I'm slightly concerned.
It's kind of scary. Oh, Jetta Smith!
Enemy spot. Hawk out. Blinded. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Launching smoke.
I didn't make it.
Thank you.
They are 2-3 on site.
Shit!
Found them.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
You a streamer or where you have so many effects?
Turret out. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Didn't see that.
Nice try.
Thanks. I had Pink Pony
Thanks,
Club
friend.
playing on the background.
They look like us, but are they
That's
us?
why I couldn't concentrate.
So many
You what?
questions.
Pink Pony Club by Chopper Brown. You should totes listen to her. I'm spreading the propaganda. Yeah, like totes.
I literally fucking touts.
Yeah, like totes.
Maybe I'll do that.
Alarm bot out.
You're so right, King. I don't know how to set up this site anymore.
They're A. I hear them. They're screeching.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing sentry. Swarm grenade out. Scaling over here.
They slow short.
They rotate. They have one.
I've got your trail. Found them.
Oh, short.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade.
They're still long. Fuck!
Enemy down.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Sorry,
Whoa.
you robot bitch.
Down here.
Oh. I saw that. Right, I saw.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
My ultimate
One
is ready.
enemy remaining.
Windies.
Do I?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
LOL! Did I see that? No, I did not.
But I can patch a bullet hole.
I was like, what the fuck is the smoke?
If I close my eyes, it didn't happen.
If I close my eyes, I will shoot.
Jason Derulo. Sorry.
Yeah.
The song said it had.
And say something wrong. I don't know.
Every singer ever did the thing he did.
Placing alarm bot.
Did you know he's an opera singer?
I know he's insanely talented.
See.
What are you saying? You call me sexy.
Placing
I hear
swarm
the
grenade.
A though.
Swarm
They're
grenade.
in on A too.
Ah, I
In on A
panicked.
side.
Area's clear.
It's on side. It's on side.
Bot coming back. Recalling my bot.
Are you fat?
You had your fun. My
Hell.
Last player standing.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I am
Sudden
absolute
death.
shit.
Let them try to get through me. Can someone get this? Can I get this?
Chat, you didn't see that. They're gonna go B. I feel it in my left tit.
Turn out.
Ah!
What?
Screaming at.
You scared me.
What? How? I was
You scared me.
sweating. Jesus Christ, you're not dead.
Alarm bot out.
BB?
Turn it down.
Clovis A.
Found them.
And short.
Spike down
Swarm
A.
grenade out.
I think there's more. They're on A, probably. Most likely. Help. Never mind.
Careful.
Nothing on A.
They're not there.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Planting where?
Help.
One enemy remaining.
Spike's here.
Stuck with me.
Spike down A.
Where is he?
Placing sentry.
It was B. Nice.
GG's.
Nice day.
Stream chop
Okay,
around.
everyone, take a test tube. Thank you. Let's collect samples and get out of here.
We won. I need to go piss, girl. I need to go piss, girl. So I'm gonna leave you with chaperone. Never mind. Hello. Well, that went shits. Okay. I'll be. Don't do anything I won't do. I'm gonna go piss, girl. And I'll be Usually say this the other way around.
Hell's great fires. You were on the ship.
Oh my god. I don't cook, I don't clean, but let me tell you, I got this ring. Gobble me, swallow me, drip down inside of me, quick jump outfit, let it get inside of me. I tell her where to put it, never tell him about to be a run now before I ever let her talk your shit, bite your lip, ask for a call while you're right that dick. You really never gotta ask him for a thing. He read him in his mind before he came. Now get your boots and your coat for this wet ass pussy. He bought a phone just to kiss me on this wet ass pussy. Pay my tuition just to kiss me on this wet ass pussy. Now make it rain if you wanna see some wet ass pussy. Ah. The guys, Guys,
You
I'm
go talk
on
to him.
to see my husband. My husband. I'm on to see my husband. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. Daddy, I'm coming home.
Hurry. I've got one of those brain things cornered.
Bob, I'm getting the hots.
In
I'm
the
getting
grass.
hots.
You can kill it, can't you? Like you killed the others?
Take your clothes off. No, we got just a face. It was all just a face. I'm not 50% gay no more. Nope. I'm a straight. My pronouns are USA. just nearly painted my teeth. Queer? What is that? My pronouns are USA. What does an eagle do? Go follow me on socials, by the way. There's more of that. I'm a patriot. I'm a patriot. I'm not even from the US, mate. Guys, we did it. How can it be you and me? Might be meant to be, can't unsee it, but I don't wanna cause no scene. I'm usually so unproblematic, so independent. Tell me why? Cause the boy is mine. Something about him is made for somebody like me. Baby, come over, come over. We did it! We did it! The VOD is going to look so weird with me just dancing on a background, but we did it! We did it! The boy is mine. I can't wait to try it. Let's just get intertwined. The stars twinkle. That boy is mine. Watch me take my time. I can't. Sombra. Oh. Can someone clip that? Hello? Can someone clip that, please? I'm kicking ass. I'm so kicking ass. I'm so kicking ass. I also didn't realize how much I like Billie Eilish's new. Thank you so much for the welcome back, Ari. How's your night going? What did you guys have for dinner? Please, I'm having an orange just because I still feel very full from the pizza, but I need to have something. I hate the smell. Is Spotify very loud, by the way, Chad? Let me know. This song is just tripping. I need to add Midnight Cowboy by Jade onto the playlist. Boy, I know. Boy, I know. I'm so
Okay, little homies. Teamwork on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Is it very loud? I had some burgers, so oh my! Did you have like any chips? Some
Stick together.
No.
A huevo. Nice.
No.
Let's spread out.
What?
No.
She's not ready.
Volume is good. Slay.
Wonderful.
Although I need to lower Spotify for me. Boom, boom, boom. Hope you guys are chilling. What burgers did you have, by the way? Just 2 smaller burgers? What flavor? These are your mom. Hello. Okay.
Cheers, my buddy.
Won't wait.
Get him, wingman.
What is
Someone's
that?
there.
Oh, this is so loud.
One enemy remaining.
This is so loud. This is so loud. This is so loud. This is so loud.
Do not hide us.
Play. This is so loud. This is so loud.
Good, aren't I?
Wonderful.
A wise
Wonderful.
man. I want it.
Oh.
You want to start?
Anyway, how's your guys'
I
day
like
been?
mozzarella cheese.
I don't.
No.
Did you know I hit a 360 no scope flick?
Just
no
with
scope
chicken
against,
patty,
last
caramelized.
game?
Oh, spicy sauce and cheese.
Thank you.
Like,
It's quite
we
nice.
doing pew pews? We are doing pew pews.
Gecko can
Here.
agree. Like he was in the game.
Right there.
I guess.
Here from me.
Up the way. I got you. I got you. Right there. Blow him up, Mosh.
Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spawn B.
Good job.
Dizzy's
Like,
Fucking whiffed.
Go get him, buddy. Back to me.
we're doing pew pews, Cuppy.
That went well.
I felt like doing
Alright,
pew
same
pews
thing this
because I felt like I'm not gonna. Kado needed to eat, rightfully so, and I'm not playing BG3 without her because you guys saw. I do not remember shit. She needed to do everything for me. She was enjoying it, I think.
Stop it!
But
Hey!
Nice.
Kill my copy.
Please.
Am I in a lobby of 4?
I'm already.
Oh, I already have it. Thank you.
oh no.
I ate the painkillers.
I got fucked. They're all mid.
We got
Yeah, you're okay.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
They say don't get touched.
Get touched.
Last player standing.
Why they all
What the
mid?
fuck was this?
I'm gonna go get the B main orb real quick. So guys, how's your day been? You wanna take a walk with me real quick? Look at the scenery.
I feel like these are kids. I feel like these are really young people.
I'm nervous.
Have you streamed Chapel Run today?
30 seconds left.
Who's Crossfire? That's Raze. I'm not mad.
Ten seconds left.
Basically, yeah. I'm gonna just get this orb instead.
My ult's ready.
Imagine the ults.
You didn't see that yet.
No, I saw that.
Too scary.
Last round in the half.
Too scary.
Time to spend this cash.
Wonderful.
Pew, pew.
I'm on my way.
Definitely not good.
Yep.
Hello. Here.
Nutty cream? If you think really hard about it, right?
What's that beautiful phantom?
It is
Well,
nutty
I'm
cream.
really nutties right now instead of seasoning.
At least you got food.
No,
You
I
fed
don't.
in.
It is nutty cream. Are you having Nutella?
Live off Valorant.
Up the way.
Irrelevant.
Careful here.
My ultimate's ready.
I think Chet and wait, Raises mid.
Bring me the arsenal!
Guys, so.
Ready planet. My ult's ready.
Get him, wingman. Shot my wingman.
One
140 on
enemy
raise.
remaining.
Slay. Period screams of having something sweet. That is so true. What are you having with? Are you having it on like bread? Have you ever tried Biscoff? Oh,
Good job, party people.
I'll isolate the problem.
in the club.
I legit, that was all me. Thank you.
Wait.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Chat.
Chat.
Can I ask you guys a question?
What's the
Chat.
question?
Can you give me a sheriff? Or you go.
Chat?
Or any gun. Any gun. I wanna do something if they go away. You'll get it back, don't worry.
That's fine, keep it,
Biscoff
bro.
creamy oatmeal with blueberries.
Because I'm gonna do a wall.
You love Biscoff, me too.
If I can make the jump.
You'll make it.
You got this.
I'm not gonna say that.
Yeah, nice.
I have short legs.
It's fine, bro.
Buddy.
Damn.
Or his speed. I can get you done.
Keep the sheriff.
Help!
No.
Help!
I
I'm
have a sheriff.
Somebody
Trust
there.
me, I'm bad at sheriff, bro.
No, you're better. You're him.
Gun here.
Ah.
Enemy spotted. B. Reloading.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chase some dog.
Flawless.
You don't like Biscoff? That's wild.
Well done on your first kill. You've done absolutely amazing. You have 3 assists, so basically you're on 4 kills.
You don't like Biscoff? What are you doing? I mean, you do you. It's so good though. Have you ever had oatmeal with Biscoff? So guys, okay, so I'm a gym bro now, right? Okay, I'm a gym bro. I am a gym bro now. Okay. Pause. I'm a gym bro now. So I have to have protein right thing in the morning, right?
These guys.
Yeah, I'm not picking that.
I have to have.
Oh, 101. Nice.
Last
You got
player
this.
standing.
Ah,
race.
lucky.
So I have to have protein in the morning, right?
You're the best player in the world.
Fucking muscles. So what you guys gonna kill me, right? What's the vegetarian? What's the easiest vegetarian protein that you can have in a meal? It's tofu. Yeah, this is going to lead where you're thinking. Chad, this is going to lead where you're thinking, right? This is going. Let me lower them. This is going to lead where you're thinking. Yes, I do add silken tofu into my oatmeal.
My mic is just really shit.
Yeah, but this is where Biscoff. You want me? Yeah, I add tofu to my oatmeal. Ah!
Well, I hope you get better then.
Run, little man. Dizzy's up top. Someone's there.
I'm just going to.
It's all you, Mosh. Go away.
Fuck. No, I'm a Pokemon! I'm a Pokemon, bro! I'm telling you! I'm telling you! I need it! Look, it's really bad. Like, you can layer the tofu and the Biscoff and the oatmeal, right? I add coffee to it and chocolate, like chocolate powder.
I'm getting
Last player standing.
That's not very chapel grown stan of you. Yeah. So if you layer it, it's terrible. If you layer it, it's terrible because you can feel the tofu on the layer. You can.
When I have it.
You can. You can. But if you mix everything, if you mix the silken tofu, obviously, like, there's a recipe on Instagram, okay? There's a recipe on Instagram. Just trust. Just trust there's a recipe on Instagram, okay? Guys, I'm very defensive over my tofu. Yes. Yes, I do.
Double wall, bro.
The hunt begins. This is up. Spike down A. Sana, sana.
Guys, I need to focus. But then you add the Biscoff and you mix it. And I'm
One enemy remaining.
Spike's here.
GG's.
Defenders win.
Sage.
The Twyman Gecko. Real.
Good night.
Slide. I'll take those. Let's fucking go. I'll take those. So, okay, guys, chat. I'm not finishing. I'm just going to put this. I don't have anything ready. So I don't know. Like, I haven't pre-made. I haven't pre-made any yet because it's on Sunday that I'm going to like meal prep. So I mix my oats. They have to be gluten-free, okay? They have to be gluten-free oats because I like Bella Hadid, you know, very, very, very silly. Let me put some music. You know, just a very sensitive stomach. I like it's a very demure kind of stomach that I have, right? So I mix my gluten-free oats with my almond milk, or oat milk. I know what you're thinking. I know you're thinking, but there is such a thing as gluten-free oat milk. But usually I'll just use almond milk on my oats. Anyways, I put vanilla syrup a little bit. I put cocoa powder. I put coffee. And I just mix the oats. I like I like to mix my oats. I don't like them to just like be glumpy anymore. I like the mix. It's a different flavor to it. And then with the tofu, it has to be silken tofu because I've tried regular tofu, you know, like the one that crumbles, and it's just not good. That one's not good. But it's better with a silken tofu, I'm telling you. So you mix it with a little bit of more vanilla syrup. You can mix it again with, I think, milk. Just like any plant milk. And it's just very smooth. But if you layer it, it's good in terms of, if you layer it first, it's good for like preservation. But I don't suggest eating it in layers. What I do, I just layer it so it's like each product sits and it doesn't spoil and doesn't mix, if that makes sense. And then when I go to eat it, I just mix it. But I put Biscoff in the middle because I'm telling you, the taste of tofu, oh no. So that's where the Biscoff, to be honest, is the healthiest option, in my opinion. Looks like gluten intolerant people scarfing down a block of shit. Chat. I am both dairy and gluten-free intolerant. Do you think that stops me? Do you think that stops me? I need to bin this cheese. Do you think that stops me from having cheese? No. God forbid me, I had to bin that cheese. I just can't go without normal cheese. No. What you mean? We don't give a shit, Valor. I swear to you, we do not give a shit. We don't give a fuck. I would never let myself live without cheese or ice cream. Fuck all that. I used to be vegan. I went crazy without having dairy chocolate. I went crazy, I'm not going to lie to you. And I used to work for a bakery at the time, like a bakery-ish. This was back in Portugal that I tried vegan. And we would get free cakes that wouldn't sell. Oh, we sold this tiramisu cake. I destroyed my veganism that same day. That same day I destroyed my veganism. You know where that leads. Oh, you guys can see me better now. Literally destroyed. Literally. So lactose intolerant is optional, but gluten-free intolerance is not? What do you mean? Oh! I still eat bread. Like, if I go to Portugal, you will see me eating bread. So if I go to holidays, I just completely ruin my diet. I allow that my space, but a lot of my diet reflects a lot on my lifestyle and how I feel on the day. And if, like, I know what I can eat and what will make me bloated. Because, for example, I go to the gym after work, right? So there are days that if I eat certain things that have spiked my stomach or anything, like I won't be able to weight lift or anything. Icebox again? Done nothing yet. Oh, icebox again. So I won't be able. So I know I meal prep accordingly to my days, and I eat. Like, for example, on days that I go to the gym, I limit myself to my oats in the morning. Sorry, that's my second breakfast. So I have a piece of gluten-free bread and soft cheese, all vegan, and just a vegan slice of cheese on top, maybe some avocado. I don't drink coffee until
So, Sage,
10 a.m.
when are you going to teach me how to revive people?
I make sure
huh?
to drink
Jake,
water. All of these things, like, it's been just a lot of trial and error, child. I'm not going to lie. It's... You're joking? You're joking? And then I have my lunch. Lunch is so important that I can have some carbs, but it's so important that I don't consume anything that has gluten or it's high in soy. Because if I do, oh, my day is ruined if I go to the gym, chat. It's so bad, I don't recommend. I could go pescatarian, but probably not vegetarian, definitely not vegan. It's all about reducing it. It's what I've always said. It's what you can do. I find it important to reduce. That's my, like, I would...
Shadows traveling.
That was the worst smoke ever in my life.
Die. Cover going out. Stealing sight.
Sorry, Chad, bear with me.
Spike down A.
Where was this? Oh, I'm dead.
Cover going out. Not ready yet.
Sorry, Chad, I'm just focusing. It's all about reducing it. This is...
Spike down B.
Spike spotted B.
No flash, no.
30 seconds left.
Shadows traveling.
Sorry about that. That was a terrible smoke.
Not ready yet.
Get her. You can do this,
10
Raze.
seconds left.
Reloading.
Come on, Raze. Get her. Fly. I want Raze to kill her.
Continue to fight. Continue to win.
There you go. Have you guys ever, like, Chad, have you ever tried any particular, especially if you're not, like, full-on vegan or vegetarian, have you ever full-on tried a full-on, not me saying full-on, like a vegan dish or anything like that? I used to live in the south of England, back in the day, you know what I mean, back in the day. And there was this place, it's a chain, so I'm comfortable saying it. We need to initiate.
Here. Blinding.
Enemy spotted B.
No more.
Spike planted.
Colorful kill.
Shadows traveling.
One enemy remaining.
What was this? Where's the spike? Where's the spike?
Cover going out.
Enemy spotted. Reloading.
What was this? My dad loves vegan dishes, so I eat them a lot. Honestly, I'm not complaining, so vegan dishes are so good. Honestly, if you guys ever go to the south of England, go to this place called Cafe Thrive. Oh my god, I used to love that place. So good. I love that place. It's so good. They are not very chatty, are they?
Gun here.
They are not very chatty. What are your favorites that you've eaten? Also, I think the favorite ones I've had. Cause I'm a bitch.
Cover going out.
That was a terrible smoke. Dun, 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 dun.
Still in sight. No.
Well, I had that one coming, didn't I? I don't know why I pushed. What was that? Mom was just starring. He was just starring.
No more.
No more.
Spike planted.
Sounds good. So why won't you do initiator stuff?
Scanning ahead.
Chill, Frankie. This is just a swift play. Cafe Thrive used to have... Oh, what was my favorite? I think it was like some sort of lasagna. Oh, I love lasagna. That's a good killjoy if I've ever seen one. I'm not gonna lie.
One enemy remaining.
Big slay. Big slay! So it was good. Wow.
My ult is ready. You
Not the
failed.
ass eating. Not the ass eating. They're not very chatty.
Last round before the switch.
Send those creds before we lose them.
Good times. Joyride. I'm terrible at smokes. Terrible. Yeah, Cafe Thrive used to have. I ate more breakfast than anything. They had lovely vegan baps. Like lovely.
Shadows traveling. Blinding.
Spike down A.
Blocking sight.
Where? Oh my god, I can't fucking play this game.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling. Revealing area.
You should run.
Hello.
Spike planted.
Hi. To my... Oh, no way.
Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
Scanning ahead.
Woo! I stole a kill.
My ultimate is ready. The spike. Watch them run.
Switching sides.
Stop.
Match point.
Sorry, I just completely forgot to say... What was I saying? What was I saying? Guys, I'm sorry. I'm a terrible streamer. I'm a terrible streamer. Oh, that's pretty.
We can take them.
That is pretty. What did you just say? Dwayne. Dwayne, I just forgot what I was saying. I was talking something. That was a terrible smoke.
I have the spike.
Cover going out.
Player standing.
Do I? My ex
Let's go. I got
was
things
quicker
to
than
do.
that.
Need a drop.
No, I'm not saying it. They're not very chatty.
Can someone get
No! 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 Robin! Thank you for the biddies! Thank you so much for the biddies! I love you! The pack. Something in the back. Thank you! I don't know which. Oh my god. These are the only smokes I know.
Enemy spotted A.
Flank. 50 on Oh, keep doing bits till you're nice to yourself. I am very nice to myself. I am very nice to myself. Very nice to myself. I'm such a good. Oh!
One enemy remaining.
My neighbors are gonna kill me. GG's.
Hackers win.
Now me forgetting Harper's name. You know I got paid. Don't test me, please. I'm already broke. I bought new shoes, Chad. I bought new shoes. I bought new shoes from. I don't remember. I don't remember who I bought shoes from. I bought shoes. I bought like these really cute loafers. Yeah, payday and I'm already broke. This is. I don't. Will I be hacked if I keep talking about my payday? Will I be? I will not test you, Robin. Real life
Match
on your knees. You be. What did I miss on chat? Hold up. Vegan breakfast from the cafe, I think. Oh yeah. Yeah, they like the because I would go there when I was at uni, right? Because it was a close walk from uni to the cafe, so I was mostly the breakfast babs, and then we just stack hash browns.
How you doing?
I played with Void God before.
That is very good. Huh?
Hello, Rice. Can you save my marriage?
No, Rice, listen. Rice, you know what's been going on.
Are you in need of a counselor?
She has a good voice.
Yes, we do need counseling very badly.
I'm going to pause. Manager,
Who's
Frankie, how did you afford the shoes,
We
Frankie?
need counseling.
Oh,
Looks-
counselling. I thought you said cancelling.
Will you be my therapist?
No. Are you a therapist, Chaperone? Please.
Um,
I love your music, by the way.
I could be. Do you want me to sing Pink Pony Club? I can't promise
Oh,
it will
yes,
be any
please.
good.
Please do.
I'm
Please.
embarrassed. No, I'm shy. I'm
Don't
shy.
be shy. You're
I'm
iconic. What do you mean?
Oh my god. I love your voice.
You got this. I believe in you.
What did they say? She says you should talk to her now. I'm shy. I just said I love her voice, and then she just went, and I went like, and she went, and then the other guy spoke, and I didn't understand what he said, and then I went, and your voice is really good, and I went. So Frankie, tell me, since coming out, have you been seeing anyone? Any women? Have you been seeing any women? And I will all you need to see is this. And you'll have your answer.
That's what you need.
And you'll have why don't you no.
Oh wait, look, my sight is bigger. What you gonna do about it?
Ooh.
And she's killed her.
What? Hold on. Oh,
My sword is bigger.
Show me.
Hello.
I used to have that one.
Yeah.
It also has a little dagger with it, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, wait, it's Ariana on the enemy team. You should have a sing off.
Literally.
Yeah, you should sing for us.
Close
right
proximity
now.
chat.
Like a cappella way.
Oh my god, don't test me.
Do it. You will.
Cover going out.
Reloading.
Flash out. When may you take this? Robert.
I don't know how to smoke.
Oh, we do have spike. Ooh.
Cover
Thank
going
you.
out.
Reach, you have spike.
Reload. My bottom broke.
Nice, nice.
Last player standing.
Whoop. I'm so bad! She's so bad! That was worth dying for, to be honest.
Hey, that's my gun.
Right, right.
Trust me, they'll know.
They stole my gun.
Nah, this is embarrassing. I'm a 26-year-old woman.
Yoink.
I'm a 26-year-old woman. Why am I acting like this? My heart's going pita pata, pita pata, pita pata. I feel like I could throw up.
Don't let
Not
them
me.
get around. Reloading.
Shadows traveling.
Coach Rice gave me a hard.
I will avenge you. Oh no, you're alive.
Here.
Spike down. Attacker spike.
Are you watching my stream? You little bitches! Pizza pata, pizza pata. Ah!
Nice.
Time to jump. Fake teleport.
Nice try.
NC.
I'm stream sniping.
Just gotta play around the slow fields and we're fine.
Am I flirting with her?
Need a drop.
Here.
Thanks.
This is my type of flirting.
Give me in. Your counselor requires speaking.
This is my type of flirting. Don't ask me shit.
Get back here.
Hello,
Enemy
Rice.
spotted A.
You okay,
Counselor
bud?
is available.
The
I don't know what
counseling,
to
my counselor's
smoke.
available.
Okay, okay.
Okay,
Hey, so
so,
what would you do if your husband cheated on you?
okay, so for one, I'm not
That's not how
cheating.
counseling works.
Blinding.
But that's what's happening.
So there's clearly some distrust. I don't know where it's come from because
First, I'm both sides up. So it's doing what they
Shadows traveling.
Cutting
I would like to go for.
Lamar!
Okay, I feel very neglected and cheated on. And I think I know that I'm.
I thought he was dead.
I feel very
player
neglected
standing.
in my marriage.
Oh no, he wasn't. No one
He's
died.
coming home late, smells like other women, and there was a lipstick stain on his collar. Very, very.
She's not gay.
How do you call it? Very cliche. Very movie-like.
Last
And
round
this is how
in
I
the
feel.
half.
Is she talking
And
about
he's
man?
not doing anything to fix it.
Is she talking about man? Is she talking about man? In front of me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm joking.
Alright. Mr. Boygun, how please?
okay, so I plead not guilty of the accusation.
I'm
There's
03 by the
clearly
way.
Some distrust that she's feeling. Not
We
too
can't keep
certain
doing the
why.
same things.
I am loyal to her. I give her my heart.
Get out of my way.
I give her my all. I do everything I can for her to, you know, keep her happy. You know,
Cover going out.
keep her smiling.
Yeah, hang on.
Someone's in attacker spawn.
What was that smoke? I was
Yeah.
joking by the way.
Yeah, and, you know, like
Enemy spotted B.
I give her my all. feel like it's enough for me.
Cover going out.
She just keeps.
Oh no no.
She wants me. I don't know what.
Flash out.
I smoked that.
Listen, I told him I loved him like a lot today. He never said it once.
She's making me nervous, guys. She's making me nervous. Waris! Waris is a really cute girl here. She has a really good voice and I'm panicking a little bit. Hi, Waris! How are you, baby? How are you? How's your Friday been? I am gay panicking. Also because she started talking about a man and I was just like, my dreams are ruined. And I'm been playing like shit. I'm 1-4.
I would say you're
Hold
wrong,
on.
but
Yeah,
let's-
hold on.
for the sake of this working, I'm just gonna say yes.
Time to jump.
Yeah. I'm just joking, by the way. I'm too old for. I'm just joking. I know. This is fine, lady. I know, right? It's a killjoy. She has a really nice voice. She's really nice as well.
You appear to be neglecting each other.
Yes.
Let's try.
Auntie.
She has a like even her microphone. What was that smoke?
So how about we go compromise? I would say that both
That Omen! Omen diff.
it seems like this is
Omen diff. I'm gonna end with Omen diff.
all at home. Left all
Switching
alone.
sides.
There we go.
She's on
Point.
you know, whatever. I feel weird talking about it. But I started it.
So, how do we do that? Because he's
How's your
gone
Friday
when I wake up,
been?
and then I usually am asleep when he
First,
comes
Mr.
home.
Wine I'd recommend you take an extensive break from your workplace. You can request a paid vacation
Right.
Is he pushing this?
if you haven't already.
Okay. I can.
If you have taken a paid vacation, just say fuck you to the company and
What
leave.
are you talking about?
Right.
Not saying anything until I know. I'm
What
not
kind of
asking.
Amazon work? Am I right?
I fucked up. Omen diff. Look at that.
What's a week
Omen
away
diff.
from being a gone?
Omen diff.
What's the worst that's gonna happen?
What's the
Like
worst?
the entire production process
Right.
is gonna be like, in shambles if you leave, right?
Shadows traveling.
I love this.
Stealing sight.
Omen diff. 78 on Omen. Got him.
Killed them.
Spike planted.
Well, he was heaven.
Omen is on rope. Was on rope. Never mind.
Was? Sorry, I was mesmerized. See, I can't spell. I haven't been able to. Omen diff. I am going to end this with Omen diff. I'm telling you. Okay. Maybe he wins. They. Woo! Woo! Pretty fast. Those are pretty flowers. Never mind. Better. So much better. They're so good, and I'm so shit. Look at that. My god.
Okay. Hada! Keep this momentum.
Maybe the Mario is wild. Mario? Who's Mario? Ariana Grande! Who's Mario?
Thank you.
He has such a nice voice. I feel weird. Sorry. I don't want to come up as a creep. I just get flustered. Oh.
Multiple enemies B.
Shadows traveling. Here.
Sage is on B backside.
Cover going out.
My ult's ready.
Blinding.
Grabbing the orb.
I think you're right.
70 on Jet.
Aw,
Backside. She said it! I am a child. Woo!
Try harder.
Woo!
I'll pick them apart. You clean up whatever's left.
Hello. Jingle bell ball. Are we enjoying my gay panicking, chat? Are we enjoying that? Are you guys enjoying my gay panic? Be real. Please. Because I just don't want to be a creep. Are you guys enjoying the gay panic? You know what I mean? 3 assists. That's not bad. Hello.
Here. Decoy. Cover going out. Enemy spotted A.
You will not kill my allies.
Shadows trap here.
Handle this.
One enemy remaining.
What?
Your biggest mistake was that you pissed me off.
What was that? She was blinded! That's a good girl. She was blinded! What the fuck? I think they're going B.
Keep it cool. That's how you survive.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
Just pushing it.
Hi, I'm pissed.
They're out.
Stealing sight. Removed. My ultimate is ready.
Spike planted.
Watch them run. Here.
I couldn't cancel out! Oh.
Get out of my
I
way.
don't know how to play all the— What is this?
Sage is probably in the corner behind her wall. You can.
Last player standing.
I love her crossover. GG's.
Attackers win.
Nice try, guys.
Bye. I love.
Bye. Was that a trainer? No, it wasn't hers. It was. Oh my god! No, I'm not. I'm not doing this. No, it was. It was. Did she say she loved me? Oh my god! Right, I'm gonna. Excuse me. I don't want to do this because I've been like being like a fucking creep. So I don't even want to do this. I don't even want to do this. Let's just play. That's wild. I don't even want to do this. I just feel weird. I feel like I wouldn't like a man to do this to me, but she had such a nice voice. She was so
Match
nice.
found.
Stop it! Not me gay panicking. Help. I need to stop doing this. I actually feel like this is weird. I need to stop. I feel weird. I don't mean any disrespect. I don't mean any disrespect. Toto and Moonlight. Gay panic, am I weird for that? I don't think so. I don't think you're weird for that. Hello. You're seeing me play Valorant. Can you believe this? How are you? How's your Friday?
Where's the fight?
Thank you so much for the resub. I do not deserve you. I need to put a voice. I want to put like a voiceover. You know when you sub and then you can like have the AI or the voice reading the text. I want to do that. Don't rip your head off. Why? Don't rip your head off. What's wrong? Why must you do this? Because I love Valorant. And I'm not that bad at it. Although you just saw me like... That game was something else. That game was something else. It was something else. How is your Friday, Schemy? Thank you so much for the resub again. I appreciate you so much. I have played with this Sage before. Valorant makes you less human. Valorant makes me more gay. If that is even possible. 466!
Well,
Do you see the harbor? It's a harbor.
Just kidding. We're like
You hunger? Okay, what are you gonna eat then? Ew. No. Is that one of the... I'm Sentinel team personally, so no. What you gonna eat then, Skimmy? I'm reading the pattern instructions. This shit is confusing. Have you got a machine? Just use the papel transparente. Papel transparente. You have that, right? What's confusing about it? Just gonna focus, guys. What was that? Short is clear. Build your own side.
Plant the spike.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
That was the harbor with the 400 something. That was the harbor with the 400 and something. Where were the sentinels?
I'm here. You can bother me.
It's GGQ. All right, Gigi Hadid. I want to chat. I'm so chatty. Do you like chaperone?
Find the weak point and break it. Hawk out.
All right, he doesn't speak English.
Here. Time.
Harbor's on site.
No peeking.
Oh my god!
Wall raised. Hawk out. Go. My ultra.
Ah!
Planted.
One enemy remaining.
Heal up, squad.
50-50.
Here. Drop in a swoop.
I can't hear anything. Did you guys just see that? Did you guys just think?
Yeah, I'm just wild like that.
Crazy.
We wanted to cosplay Sukuna shouldn't be this hard.
Let's go.
You got this. You've got time as well.
You want it?
You've got time as well. I've got until the 13. Patterns take time. It's also it's your first time doing it, right? Be careful. My mic is shy. You knifed me. You're not shy. This motherfucker knifed me.
Let's go.
He's not. I don't feel comfortable as an initiator, man.
Up one of these. Hawk out. Reloading.
They're coming from the back.
No.
Hawk out. Blinded. Knock over. Heal up, squad.
Spike
All
down
right.
A.
Healing over here.
Last player standing.
Ay, caramba.
Ai, caramba mesmo.
Drop in a swoop.
Dios míos.
Yeah, yeah. What was
Last
that?
round before the switch.
Am I getting tired?
Bend it up
No.
before it's
Oh, I love this Vandal.
Damn.
Set up the sewing machine first and test it out. Yo, you should do TikToks. Hello. You should do TikToks.
Hello.
Here.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Beautiful. I'm so shit at this game.
Enemy spotted A.
Thanks, Sage.
Here. Time to hunt.
probably shouldn't be pushing this, no?
Here. Careful here. Hawk out.
Oh my god,
Okay,
my
just
aim.
run, bait me.
Dropping smokes. Heal up, squad. Hawk out. Blinded.
Watch this.
Here.
Enemy spotted C.
Can I have a moment?
What the f-
He did the same to me.
Enemy spotted. C.
Oh, this motherfucker. Harbor,
I never
do you like knives?
Last player standing.
Good job. Good job. I don't have the span to do TikToks. Yes, you do. Just like a little bit of a clips
Switching
and all that.
sides.
I have 2 of them. Me too.
Just some good old
I
hard yakka.
clearly can't use
Standing in
them though.
between us and victory.
You're scared of shit. This motherfucker! No wonder he's like level don't know what. No fucking wonder. I'm 03! Oh, this is embarrassing! I'm gonna keep playing this guy though. Why are you queuing it anymore? Are they? I don't know why I'm queuing with Immortals.
My ult's not ready.
Cause I'm shit?
Time to hunt.
I'm fucking shit at this game? And they wanna punish me?
Here.
Your harbor is B. Probably on side already.
Hawk out.
Yeah, behind your main. Behind your main.
Here.
What the fuck?
Gun here. Drop in a smoke. Hawk out. Blinded. Reloading. Healing over here.
Last player
Why is it
standing.
open there?
I am ass at this game, guys. I am fucking ass at this game. I am fucking ass at this game. I don't have. I'm really ass at this game. I am really fucking ass at this game. I am fucking ass at this game. Club and Jedi Immortals. Why am I playing Immortals? I'm just a baby. I'm just a Why am I with a Marshall? Well, that was her bot. I'm not gonna do that.
Oh, he's on site. What the f-
Last player standing.
Damn.
No peeking.
Spike planted.
Lol.
Disrespect.
Please, I'm tired. Again, I'm tired. The disrespect. I got so much.
Match point.
You know, I could just outlive you. Nah, bullets are quicker.
This is embarrassing. I just find it was funny. Where the frog's gonna get glasses, the optician. I'm playing with Immortals. I don't know. I just spoke on chat. I just spoke on chat.
Hawk out. Blinded. Knocked
Fuck
him.
off.
Hawk out.
Shiny new gun! Oh!
One enemy remaining.
Healing over here. Reloading. For you. Here.
Yep. Thanks.
I'm out of stuff. Alright, lucky socks. Heal me now.
Vamos caralho. How was the cinema amazing? Did you guys have fun? Wait, self-deprecating without me? Dude, I was disrespected. Just got my first kill. I was disrespected. I need to eliminate, you know, why? No, I love you. You're my girly now. I'm scared. I'm playing with IMOs. Please don't do this to me.
No peeking.
I suggest you move.
Time to hunt. Scout destroyed. Hawk out.
Last player standing.
Drop. Nails ready.
Damn, okay.
Seek out. Found one. Hawk out. Blinded.
No moving, try and shot then.
Drop in a smoke.
Spike planted.
GG's, have a nice night.
Attackers win.
What was that? What was that? What was that? Guys, what was that? Clip that. I'm clipping that. What the fuck? Just came over me. What the fuck did just come over? What the fuck was that? That was a recovery. That was a recovery. Try it. I dare you. It was so good. Thank you. How's your stream, babe? What did you guys go? What did you guys watch? Sorry, Maisie. I was focusing really hard. Stream has been great. We played with. We did Myrtle. We did Myrtle. That's why I posted on the private server before. We did Myrtle. Kat and I. Oh, I love this map. We did Myrtle and we what? Oh, and then Kat and I played BG3. Kato had to go eat. Oh yeah, Dante said on Be Real. Fuck it. Let's go. Yeah, let's fucking go. How was it? Was it the original Mean Girls? She finally understands the quote. Oh my god. Oh, it was a 20 years? Oh my god, I'm fucking old. Now Cal wants to rip head off, but at least my hair looked cute. Your hair looked beautiful. I loved it. Did Dante enjoy the movie at least? They're not far off. 3 duelists. What was I saying? The way I completely forgot. What did you forget, Cappy? I'm making him join one day. Yeah, Dante. Yeah, Dante. How did you enjoy it? How did you enjoy it? I can't believe he's never watched Mean Girls. I just can't believe it. To be honest, it took me like 21 years of my life to watch like The Lion King. So, what do I know? What do I fucking know? And I always leave him hanging when it comes to like playing games. So, I can't really blame the guy, do you know what I mean? That is wild. What do you mean, Cuppy? Tell me, face reveal? Cuppy face reveal? I want to see. What did I miss? 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 That was disrespectful. I love how they like tried to 5-stack me. No, it won't. No, it won't. Cuphead. No self-deprecate. If I can't self-deprecate, you can't either. No. Bad Cuppy. Bad Cuppy. Where was the face reveal? Please, I want to see. What was it? What was it? Why is it taking? Who the fuck is playing this shitty ass game with a fucking toaster? Dante, welcome in. Dante, don't forget your banana collector. What was your favorite part of the? What was your favorite part of the movie? Tell me everything.
Jet, my sister from another mister.
Yeah, boy.
Fun, yeah?
The microphone is annoying me. What did you guys do? Did you guys also, like, besides the movie, did you guys have zins? What did you guys do? Eisen, are you going to win? Yeah. What's he talking about? Tit lover. I am also a tit lover. Who's Eisen Sosuke?
Gotta go.
No! That's so cute. You're so cute, Dante. Seriously? How was your reaction to the buzz scene?
Go, go, go. Enemy B. Get him. Get lost.
Still in sight.
Spike grenade. Watch out. I have this fight loading. Caution here.
Take it out.
Spike plant.
What's happened with the...
Nailed it.
Last player standing.
Is she AFK? Yeah. What did Scheme do? Say. I have been told to start a Wattpad account. No! Create an AO3 account. Create an AO3 account. Did the... Hazen, are you going to win? Yeah. And then... Okay, so... The jet just disconnected after that. That was fucking funny. I can't do much with this. Pew, 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 pew. Why is no one talking to me? Dulce, no. Yeah! How have you guys never made me watch? Dante, I'm just as bad with movies as you are.
Enemy mid.
What do you mean?
Take this. Gotta go.
Enemy A.
Bomb buddy out. Go away. Grenade. Caution here.
One enemy
Jet's
remaining.
right there. Satchel out. There. There. Reloading.
Last player standing.
How did I not hit him? Once. AO3 is so good. AO3 is so good, Ari. You're so right. Because you said don't. I said get AO3 instead. Slay. We didn't get dinner. I left work at 3:15. Absolutely unheard of. Absolutely unheard of. Only got to dentist just in time. You got pizza? What pizza did you get? Oh, from the supermarket. Did you? Oh my god, you guys need to try Pizza Company. I keep having Pizza Company down from Tesco. Dante! From Tesco! AO3 is so good. Scheme, you said you're going to create a Wattpad account, right? AO3 is the same, but better. What happens between AO3 stays between me and God. No, it stays between me and your wife. Me.
Go, go, go. Shock it. Right
distraction.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Woo! No!
Spike down B. Last player standing.
This neon is cracked.
Gotta go.
Who am I playing with? Who am I playing with? Why am I playing with high ranks? This is Swift play, I get it, but like why? Why is this the first thing I see? What's the first thing you see?
Don't look back.
Cry about it. Swift play. Alright. Trust me, between God, not even my wives get to know what's up there. Oh, honey. You can know. Oh! Oh. I've never seen myself so excited at a baton. If you know, you know. Oh.
Reloading.
I got my ult.
Satchel out.
Breaking that.
Gun here.
I am shit at this game.
One enemy remaining. Switching
Why did
sides.
I thought so? What was that? What did I do? Bloody, slutty, and pathetic. Feels like so. Bloody, slutty, and pathetic. Look in a mirror. Excuse me. Look in a mirror. It's all good, Bella. Bella, it's all good. Don't like it. Yes, you do. Yes, you fucking do. Yes, you fucking do. Did you guys see how I ulted that jet? I am ass at this game.
Make some chaos.
You are bloody. Bloody is good.
There.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. Who's got this snap? Reloading.
I get the gun. I get the gun. What was that? You have blood in you, so that makes you bloody, no? Yes. Excuse me. Could I have some vegan mince tacos, please? Like, really fucking quick? Oh, well, that doesn't look so good. Does it now? Help me.
Here. Need help. Need help.
I think they're mid.
Caution here.
Enemy spotted me.
Bomb buddy out.
Where's the spike?
Last player standing.
I win! I have water in my veins. You know what I mean? No. I mean, yeah, but no. Why didn't I use util? I think cutting my hair made me dumb. No, it didn't. It made you hotter. Guys, this shit is hard. Why am I playing with really high ranks? Hello.
Exciting.
Hello.
They changed the order. I hate it.
Go get it.
My ult is ready. No distraction.
Jet's grounded.
What is this die?
Satchel out.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Grenade.
What was that?
Reload.
Guys, am I good at Valorant? Am I good at Valorant? Do I have my moment? Guys, what's up? Am I good at this game? You're gonna play Overwatch? Come play with me. Come play this game with me, please. I'm tired. What are you gonna play? Am I good at Skimmy? Am I? Go in, give me ace. Okay. I brought someone out of retirement. Who was it? Me? What are you talking about?
There. Bomb buddy out. Satchel out.
The hunt begins.
Grenade!
I walked right into that one. You refuse to play Valorant. Oh. Why? What have I ever done?
Last player standing.
Oh, you're gonna get pushed, babes. Tit lover, you're gonna get pushed. What are they doing? Nice.
Spike down B.
What am I
Spike
watching?
planted.
What am I watching?
Yo, if you want me
Yo!
back, I'll get on my face and stop it if you want.
Nice try. What was that? Cracked. Why am I playing with these players?
Sudden
Why do you
death.
love me? Yeah, Scheme, can you eye yourself as to why you find why you love cat? Vroom, vroom. I need to listen to some music. Sorry to disappoint, but I've been playing this game on and off for 2 years. I'm just hyper fixated. You enjoying the game, baby? I'm so happy that you're trying Overwatch.
Go, go, go!
I'm really excited. It's a really fun game. Why can't I even say it with a straight face? Chilling case and... Never mind. What do you mean, never mind?
Bruh.
I'm 12. That's concerning.
Satchel out. Okay. Grenade! There.
My game is glitching.
There.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Grenade! Impressive wiring. My ult's ready.
Defenders win.
As colorful as carnival.
I actually thought I was gonna die when I threw them all in. Oh lord. What's with Pearl? I want to play Pearl. You're a COD player. Is he? Is he a COD player? Scam. Thank you, Dwayne. You saying that they didn't seem for approvals to go up and down.
Match found.
Why are you guys just flirting with each other in chat? L fucking map. I hate this map with a passion. Jesus Christ. And no, but how are the Valorant games going? I think I'm doing really well. I'm playing with Immortals. Why? It's swift play. I got like knifed on the Haven game. It was absolutely hell. And then I had a comeback, but I still lost. I'm surprising my friend. I despise COD. What do you love? Think about me every night. Oh, isn't that sweet? I guess so. So you can sleep, baby. I know that's not me. Yes, but I so.
crew is coming through.
He was playing it during 24-hour stream. I was looking most of it. Oh yeah, you were. Yeah, you were. I remember that because I was talking to Kat about it. Yeah, we were both. I mean, you saw us. Yeah. Yeah, Kimi. How did the 24-hour stream go? Anyone stop calling? No, best game ever is Elden Ring. I have Elden Ring installed. Why is my Valorant frame on black? Like, just weird. The morning coffee brewed for you.
Relax.
Yeah, you do. That's what Steve said. Think about me every night. Hello. So you can sleep, baby. I know that's not me espresso. Yeah. Bad.
I knew it, Colonel.
You sing it.
I don't actually know the lyrics very well.
Okay.
And Jesus was a carpenter.
Chill out.
I'm sad.
Chill out. Hey,
I'm sad.
Give
I'm sad.
Give me.
Yo,
I'm
Gecko.
buying you.
I need a gun. Gecko, I want your sheriff skin.
It doesn't have finishing.
I need a gun.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I just need the sound. I just need the sound.
Oh, I'm panicking. I'll buy you next.
Wait, think what? How sassy.
All right.
Reloading.
I'm officially broke the features.
Reloading.
So we sound hella white.
Up the way. Not ready.
How do I plant? Well, I can't.
Spike planted.
It's your turn. Go.
Back to me.
It's your turn. Not
Get him, wingman. Up you go.
One enemy remaining.
I wanted to stab somebody.
Focus on their stage.
Can someone buy me, please?
I need a
Gecko. Are you gay?
Gun here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know.
Yo, Storm.
Me.
Where you from?
I am gay.
UK.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
obviously,
fine.
but
Me,
where do you go?
Dream big.
Thing,
Make it happen.
What?
What?
Why?
I mean, my ping said that.
Yeah, I am fucking gay. Is that a shocker?
Nah, just
Trying-
as a rumble.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted A. Or like Essex.
Yeah, pretty
Enemy
much.
spotted A.
Jab.
I'm going to uni there right now.
Oh.
Spike here. Go get him, buddy.
Spike down A.
Show me a target.
My ult
Blow him up, bud.
What is happening?
Last player
What?
standing.
What was this? This was a hard game, literally. The hurty moment, Pearl.
Like, I almost got knifed twice.
It's fine, you can take it.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
What was that?
Wait, I have yet to get a kill. Oh no.
Guys,
my
I'm
God.
so easy.
Give me that white vandal.
Oh.
It's a phantom.
No, the white vandal. I want the white vandal. Yeah, that.
Gun here.
Trade phantom.
Oh my
You're welcome, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
No, thank you.
I just mean.
Up and away. Busy has target.
Spike down C.
Are these cheaters? Are these them? What are these? What are?
One enemy remaining.
Not thine uncles. How does the Sabrina Carpenter song go? Sabrina Carpenter. Bedcam. I need bedcam. Hold up. Oh, it's right here. How does it go? I'm not watching. Wait, how does it go? Okay. Send you in my time zone. Do you want who want to pun with me? See my mind, let's fulfill the prophecy. Yeah, what a song. I don't really like the album.
No, never.
I think you're waffling.
Factual.
No, I'm not.
So
Apart
basically,
from me.
when you upgrade means like the sound. That's all. Sound is
No,
important.
like,
Everything else is important.
No, yeah, like with absolutely nothing but like the skin, the look of the skin, how it is based.
No, never.
No,
No.
nothing.
Storm, real quick. What the fuck is your accent, man?
I have no clue.
I have no clue.
This is up top.
Never heard of that.
So you're from Essex or you live in Essex?
I live in Essex.
There's my buddy, right
You're
there.
not from Essex.
He's from
Oh,
America.
that's what I was asking in the first place, bro. Like,
I'm not American.
so where you from?
Brother, figure out your own accent before you come into Swift Place talking.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
My turn. Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wing.
No one tells you you sound British, bro.
What?
Last player standing.
So people tell me I sound Arabic, but
One enemy remaining.
I don't care what people tell you you sound like. I want to know
Good
where
job.
you're from, bro.
The Middle East.
Oh, okay. So man, now why that's you hiding?
Are they
Like,
being?
literally, why you
Who's
hiding?
being racist? Guys, what are they talking
scared of your
about?
heritage.
Why?
Jet.
That would
I
what?
don't like black people.
What?
Jake, what do you
That
think
would-
about him? Why is he
Boys,
hiding?
are they being racist?
I'm a terrorist. What?
That's
You said
bad.
that, not me.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. Man.
Are they being racist? I can't tell. He'll work his way up the body. That's foreplay to you. That's bed cam to you.
I'm broke.
Hey, what's good?
Well, I can be your sugar daddy if you want to.
Oh my God, what are they saying?
I can be your little sugar daddy.
I need to sign a consent form.
No.
Apparently, I need to sign a consent
It's gonna be
form
CNC.
to take a picture of me.
Alright.
Didn't you shoot him?
CNC, bro.
How are you alive?
Up the way.
Spike
Right
down A.
I don't know why I'm alive.
One enemy remaining.
Bro, I think my movement was so
Woo! Woo!
Match point.
Woo!
This is light work. We're
I'm doing
chilling.
nothing. 133.
Yes, not me.
I need new rings. Who's proposing to me? Excuse me, I'm right fucking here. Look, here's a ring. can you put it in your pinky? Here's a ring, Marianne. I'm so fucking funny. Ooh. I can't understand them. I heard them talking about accents, and then they sounded one of them sounded slightly racist. I'm just like, what? Oh my God.
Oh, planting one.
Spike planted.
My internet.
Up we go. Right. Someone's there. Get him, wingman. Got my wingman.
Storm, I'm gonna need you to stop lagging and kill him.
I'm teleporting.
I got you.
Last player standing.
55.
You didn't see that.
Hey, you know what? We tried our best, guys. Come on.
If they mess with one of us,
Like,
they
why
mess
was
with
my
all of
internet
us.
dying?
Why are you talking?
I don't like this game.
I hate when men talk. Just shut the fuck up. If
Oh,
you're
I got another kill. Let's
shut
go.
up. I'm joking, by the way. I can't believe Frankie kept streaming just so I could back. Man, I'm stuck with. I hate this game. Wow. How's your evening, Spyro? What have you been up to? What have you been up to, my love? And yeah, it was so you could come back and be here with us.
111 on Jet headshot through
Right
the wall.
there.
I hate this game.
You will not kill my allies.
Coming, see.
You had your fun. My turn.
Got him.
Fun thing.
Dizzy's up
Spike
top.
planted. One enemy remaining.
They think I'm.
My buddy's defusing.
He's the
Trash is ready.
GG's.
Defenders win. Hey, my little guy did it.
What are you wearing? Why are they talking? I whiffed so hard because they just kept yuppie, 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 yuppie. If you ever say women talk a lot, you should have seen these guys. My gosh, shut your trap. I was just a baby. I'm trying to clutch. You attended a quiz with friends? What was a theme? Or was there a theme? How was stream? Stream is being so good. I'm enjoying Valorant so much. I am totally not like wanting to, as Kat said, pluck my head out of my shoulder. Definitely not. Definitely not. Yeah, Dante, I am yelling. You should be used to this by now. You should be used to this by now. What time is it? I have gym tomorrow.
Holy shit, it's Chapel Road.
Oh my god, I know, right? Hi, fan. How are you doing? Oh my god.
We were just talking about you. Holy
Were
shit.
you? Oh my god, fuck off.
You
No
texted
way.
me earlier, being like, I don't fucking know. Something
I said,
Chapel
the
Road.
words,
What?
and I quote, this Chapel Road lady knows how to make a song.
Damn right she does.
Damn
right she does. So we're oh my god, the propaganda is working. What's your favorite song?
Hot to
I have no
go.
fucking idea who Chapel Road is.
You don't know who Chaperone is?
Nope.
Execution.
Go
probably.
educate yourself. Quite. Oh. Ooh, I'm clipping that.
Match
What?
found.
Ooh. What was that? There were many different categories. Did you win? You don't know what Chaperone is? Jacob? Kaide? Jacob with Kaide? No fucking way. What was that? Oh, that was so fucking funny. What's good smokes here? Is Harbor good here? You fucking I fucking choke. You didn't know what to listen. Chopper Road slandering my lobby. Damn right. Damn right. Do I play Harbor? Hello. Is Harbor the one that like... Oh god, that was so funny. I don't even know what to say. That was so fucking funny. I'll go Harbor. Guys, that was so fucking funny. Guys, that was so fucking funny. Oh my god, 5 hours of stream. That's crazy. My head doesn't hurt. I did pop an ibuprofen before stream. Spreading a chopper. Thank you so much, Count. I love you so much. Oh my god. I need to watch this. This is so fucking funny. This is so fucking funny. You don't know who Chopper is. I'm just watching the clip. Guys, am I with delay? Why is my voice delaying? Oh well, I don't care. Am I with delay, guys? Please be honest. I don't know how to fix it. Who's playing with a fucking toaster? How do I fix the delay? Chat, help. Gato, do you know how to fix the delay? Oh, so there's no, guys, there's no delay? Because the clip is like showing us delayed. Oh, there's an outbreak. Sorry. There's an outbreak in 5 minutes. You pulled the wrong cord? What cord? Was it you who dodged that game? Oh, I don't have the... Oh, thank fucking god. Thank fucking God. Who's playing with a fucking toaster? Who's playing with a fucking toaster? Oh, that was so funny. That literally took all of the energy out of me. Ah. That literally took all of the energy out of me. These don't seem very chatty. I need chatty people. Not as chatty as the other ones in Lotus. I always get the Lotus is the worst map. I always get the worst people on Lotus. Just I want Lotus to leave me the fuck alone.
How the roof follows the silver ratio?
What
Who
is
said
my man
math
talking
wasn't
about?
beautiful?
He's so hot though. Oh, hi, mommy. That is Kaida's Jacob if I've ever known one. Telling you right now. That sounds painful. Okay. So you hate Valo, despise COD, yeah, the opinion on Overwatch. Oh, don't wanna know. You don't wanna know his opinion on Overwatch.
Not yet. Wait, show me a target.
Up and away. Dizzy has targets. Enemy B.
Not yet.
Last player standing.
Oh my God.
Spike down B.
You can fix him? I'll let you fix him. Please do. Please do fix him.
Team Ace.
Team Ace. No, no, no.
You want KJ's shoes? Chale, dude, you can't even wear shoes.
Oh, 210. Only evil purple women with red eyes and white hair can fix me. That's basically, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Only.
Carrying spike.
Someone's there.
Last player standing.
Hello. Have you streamed? Have you?
Great knowing you all. Also, delete my
My
hard
ult
drive.
is ready.
I'm tired of this. Minthara, yeah, that's Minthara. So you guys are real. You guys are perfect for each other. I am telling you, this is Kaide and Jacob. I am telling you right now, this is scaring the living shit out of me.
Wave crashing.
What the fuck?
Spike down A.
Dizzy's up top.
Last player standing.
Okay, no, it's not. Dulce, you don't like him anymore. What did he do? Please summarize what he did.
In the half.
Last round to use our creds and abilities. Don't waste your firepower.
Spike here.
Why did I get that splat?
Can someone spot me? No distraction.
What was that?
Got ya. Walls up.
Last player standing.
Fire in my hole! Why am I getting my ass wiped? Literally.
Switching sides.
Ah.
Match point.
Real. No.
No.
Why am I playing Harbor? Who fucking knows? Also, Cat, why don't you like him anymore? I'm starting. I'm so sorry.
Time to show up.
Water rising.
Turrets destroyed. Enemy spotted. B.
Right there.
I haven't used my smoke once.
Last player standing. Attackers win.
What was that? What the fuck did I do? What the fuck was that game? I. God, what the fuck was that? My shop sucks. He's a hater and won't play games with me, but at least we share love. He doesn't play games with me. That is not true. He plays games with me. That is not... He actually asked me to play games. I'm scared. I'm really scared of playing games with him. Because the games he wants to play are Fortnite, and I'm just like, no. Please don't, God. Please, no, God, no, God. Oh my God, I've been streaming for 5 hours. I have to end on the loss. I have to end on the loss. Fortnite is not fun. Fortnite is a fucking nightmare. You do you, boo. You do you, boo. My God. My God. You do you, boo. You do you, boo. I know who we're raiding. I know who we're raiding. We're raiding, chat. We are now raiders. Oh, they're on a beer. I want odds. Frankie, do you love me? I do. I do love you. Do we know when Dreamies is back? Or... Oh my God, Ruth is playing BG3. I know who to raid. I know who to raid. I know who to raid. Right, do we wait for Dreamies and raid Dreamies, or do we raid Thunder Ruth? We've raided Ruth before. Oh, actually, you can now look what I did. Look what I did. So you get now also the rating things. Knock knock, milk is delivered. So the first, the animated one, is for followers, subs, and the second one, you know, the first one that is moving is for subs, and the second one is for followers, I think. We also have Jess. Jess is playing Valorant. We could raid Jess. Should we raid Jess? We've got those 3 options. What do we think? Sorry? Not Jess or no Jess or... Oh. No problem. DURGE. She's so fun. Her pronouns are she, her, right? Wait. She, they. We've rated her before. She is really fun and really sweet. It was a recommendation of Robin back when we... Oh my god, it's hurting. Did I show you guys my Slay earrings? I did. I am in ad jail with Ruth. It's going to take a while. They're playing BG3. Should we raid her? Alright, I'm going to do end again. Just so you guys know that you can copy pasta the message. We're gonna rate. How do I start a raid again? I do not remember. Oh, they're in a fight. That's gonna be fun. Okay, I'm out of ads. So I just want to start by saying thank you so much for today. We did 5 hours of stream. That's fucking crazy. We did Myrtle. We did BG3. We did Valorant. I did a lot of Valorant. That was a trial on my own. That was a trial playing with Immortals. Thank you, Dwayne. I want to ask chat because I have some time tomorrow in the afternoon. You can't use. Is the hype not? I thought the hype is for. Oh, you have those 3 options. I appreciate. I thought I made the hype one for followers. I'll double check for next stream. I promise. What was I saying? I was thinking I have some time tomorrow in the afternoon. Oh, got it. Thank you. Okay, I'll edit that. Thank you so much. I'll edit that. So I didn't know that. I appreciate that. I have some time in the afternoon tomorrow, and I was thinking of going back to Supermarket Simulator, if that is something you guys... my ADHD is itching for it. If I don't work tomorrow. Okay, so I've got gym in the morning, and I've got my statistician appointment in the morning. I don't know what time I'd be able to start streaming, and to be honest, I think the stream will be PNG. You know? Let me show you. Oh, my thing is not... Okay, I can't even show you. I can't even show you because I'm not on Discord. But I'm dying to... I have some time in the afternoon. I'm not doing meal prep until Sunday. So I have some time. How do I start raid? So, you've got my socials there. I would really appreciate if you guys would follow me on social, especially TikTok, which is you are Dulce. On TikTok, I'm going to post the clips from tonight, eventually around this week. Maybe I'll try and post one tomorrow on Sunday. I think we've got a lot of good content. So if you want to follow me on socials, I would love you forever and ever and ever and ever. Can we do shout out? I'll do it. Shout out. So we're gonna start raid for Ruth. I would really appreciate if you guys could come, like loads. Is this like this? I think I'm doing it. The raid has been created. So I love you forever. Nick Milk Delivers is incoming. And I will see you probably tomorrow. Am I doing it right? Thank you so much as well. I love you. I'm gonna raid out now. Bye. Where's the end? There we go.